Do you know what we're here for? Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Don't be creepy. Cow.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't want reality.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. That's too much, man!
It's a great day for being sad.
That's hot.
Right now.
Your name, please?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch!
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Megastar, did you see if that notification actually showed, or did it just make the sound? I didn't actually see it. I heard it. Either way, congratulations on the first place on Twitch. I also want to say thank you to the Aaron Flies for both following and subscribing with their Twitch Prime subscription. My God, what a great idea. you're never getting Twitch, that's fine. It's up to you. It's up to everybody whether or not they want to get Twitch. That said, it is the only place to donate live on stream. Of course, Patreon is the main option, but for those of you who are Twitch users, make shit happen.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. Thanks, Jeff, for the question. Do you know what we're here for?
Right now. What now?
Well, it's good to see you folks once again. It's been an entire 24 hours. 48 hours since I've done a stream. Good God, it's much too long. Well, got a lot to look at, so we better get right to it. Put on those seatbelts, space fans. About to take a little journey through the unknown. Well, in the background, I've been working tirelessly on trying to improve this stream, which you all will probably be seeing later today. Before I get too ahead of myself, I just want to say hello to everybody who's made it so far, because you did it before I started talking. Good job. Soul Life, oh no, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, fresh out of the asylum, Aaron W, Disco Wolf, Geo Dragon, Cherry McLean, Afroponics, Brandy Nuance, BCat K, Omega Star. Who else? Did I miss anybody? Bob Treesh. Number 2. And MIDI Doctors. Yes, I see you as well. Sneaking in there. Alright, well, we are gonna start in the usual place. That's the United States. And, unfortunately, today we are going to talk about the same American problem. We always do. But in a slightly different way. But first, let's talk about this one from a day ago, where a suspect is now dead after shootings near Las Vegas have left 5 people dead as well. Why aren't you on full screen? This is rude. Ooh, by the way, almost forgot. Not yesterday. Was today's Wednesday? So Monday night. You all managed to be awarded a Buddy Jesus on a Raptor with a pride flag, but did not receive it. Therefore, today, you will be receiving this Buddy Jesus on a Raptor for free without having even gotten to 10 likes. Speaking of 10 likes, are you all at 10 likes already? At 14? Looks like 14 likes. So you need a second support character already. That's a 13. Who is 13? Let's find out before we get ahead of ourselves. Jocelyn Bell Burnell over in the left-hand corner. Okay. Just felt wrong. I can't remember who mentioned it at the end of last stream, but I was like, you know what? You're right. I was thinking it simultaneously as it was put into the chat, and I said, that's good enough for me. Okay, now let's get back to this. I could have sworn that they actually had a press conference for this one. I guess they didn't, so this is just whatever the title says is apparently the facts. One shooter dead, 5 people dead as well in a shooting outside of Las Vegas. Okay, now to talk about gun violence in a slightly different way than we usually do, which is just looking at all the shootings that happen in the United States. I figured we'd look a little bit at the effects of gun violence in the United States today. Starting here with CNN. Actually, do we go to CNN first? Yeah, well, let's do that. Let's do that. So CNN first, where they did an interview with a trauma nurse who is now teaching kindergartners to do the unthinkable. Can you imagine what that unthinkable thing is? That's right, you guessed it. Field medicine.
A gunman shot 26 people, most of them 6- and 7-year-olds.
We're evacuating people, we're evacuating people.
Sandy Hook. I think it was an anniversary of it, and I saw something that came across. And my heart broke for those families, and I just thought about, what would my kids do if they were in a situation like that? Like, what would my husband do if he was in a situation like that? Like, how can we help them?
Kate Carlton has seen the very worst of humanity as a trauma nurse at Sutter Roseville Medical Center just outside of Sacramento. After Sandy Hook, the young mom took on a new mission: to empower kids, really young kids, to do something during the unthinkable.
How much do you think about it?
I think about it when my kids are in school. I think about it when we're at a sporting event. I think about it when we go to a mall, to an airport. It's just kind of one of those things that...
So pretty much all the time is what you're saying, is that it affects every single part of your life. When your kids are at school and you're doing anything outside as a family, that's gonna entail a great portion of your day, if you will.
It's on your mind. I wanted my kids and other kids that if they are in a situation where it may be an active shooter situation or a mass shooter situation, that they could help. Hi, guys.
Which is why we find ourselves in this classroom, these adorable third graders who are about to get a lesson in a way that I've never seen before. They're going to learn how to stop the bleed.
I want you to think about that. You guys have the knowledge and the power to save somebody's life by knowing this. You could save somebody's life. How does that make you feel?
Amazing.
I love that word. Amazing. You're right. It makes you feel amazing. So that's what we're teaching you to do today, is we're teaching you how to save somebody's life.
Oh my God.
Kate is now part...
This is so hard to watch. And the fact is she's doing a great job of keeping this light when in fact she's talking about just something fucking horrific, right? I mean, we're teaching children, third graders, field medicine, right? Like what you would teach a combat medic, how to stop the bleeding in, like, do I think that at some point this might come in handy for them? Yes, even outside of a shooter situation. But the fact is the reason, the impetus for doing this is just utterly tragic, right? Thinking about these kids having to do this, it just makes me so sad, right? I'm not saying that it's not something that we should be doing, considering everything. I think this is a brilliant plan, but it's simultaneously heartbreaking. You know what I mean? It's like bitter. I don't even feel like saying bittersweet, because I'm not even sure it rises to that level. It's a little frustrating, right? And I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing it. That's not at all what I'm saying. It's just the reality that is led to this is killing me inside.
Grassroots movement among trauma specialists backed by the American College of Surgeons and the American Red Cross to teach these skills to young children. The likelihood of a child dying in a school shooting may be rare, but a child dying from a firearm is not. In 2021, guns were the leading cause of death for young people under 18 in the United States, making up 19% of all children's deaths.
It's a disturbing graph, more than poisoning, suffocation, and cancer, and motor vehicle and traffic accidents, which used to take the top spot. Woof. Just woof. Hold on. I'm not going to watch this whole thing. Actually, fuck it. It's not that long.
Stop the Bleed training was born in the aftermath of Sandy Hook when a panel of trauma specialists from around the country determined that turning bystanders into immediate responders could very well save lives. What is staggering, though, is that for the past 6 years, Kate has been teaching kids as young as kindergarten how to pack a wound and stop bleeding.
So if you see somebody who's hurt and there's a puddle of blood next to them, that's one of the things you're going to look for. So everybody say puddle. Yes.
Kindergarten just seems so young to think about.
Right. Everybody say puddle. And by puddle, I mean a puddle of blood. Good God. Alright, no, it's too much. It's too much. Yeah. Start right here.
So do you feel like you'd be good now if you had to actually do that?
Yeah, I think I would be like ready to like help anyone.
Wow.
I hope he is.
What's the best part
it
of
is
that?
genuinely a life skill.
Like
a lot of people don't know how to stop severe bleeding.
Go to the hospital and know that they're okay, and like the feeling that you saved someone's life.
We're going to go high and tight.
For those that are older, like these 6th graders, including Kate's own daughter, she also teaches them to use tourniquets.
You're going to twist this until the bleeding stops.
None of this is easy. Empowering, yes, but sad that the training has become increasingly necessary.
The question about gun violence came up today in the 6th grade class. What goes through your mind when you know that topic has now been broached?
What I try to do is I acknowledge it because it's real. But I'm very aware and cognizant of not spending my time on the gun violence part. But it also tugs at my heartstrings a little bit, for sure, with the kids. That
yeah, no kidding. Of course, it better tug. If it doesn't tug at your heartstrings, I would say that you're probably not so human. I mean, all right, that's not fair. But you get what I'm saying. Like, of course it should. And I find it just incredibly impressive that she's able to compartmentalize in such a way. But the fact is, we need to address the gun violence part of it, right? Like, and saving people from dying is good. I'm not here to say it's not. But if you look at the number of people who are just shot and don't die, that number is like 3 times the size of the number of people who die from gun violence in the United States. And then there's like 10 times as many people who are threatened with a gun in the, what do you call it? The act of like a crime, I guess you would say, right? Oh, God, it's very frustrating. Okay, can you spell exit wound? That's exactly what that feels like. By the way, Princess Moanoa, did you see your notification come up? I didn't see it come up. Hold on, I feel like I have to test this now. It's bothering me now to a degree that requires me to test this. It's very frustrating. Oh, that's annoying as shit. I can only hear it. Why can't I see it? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's super dumb. I did so much work on the stream today. Oh, is it because I didn't restart my stream software? Ugh. Oh, it's gonna bug me. The fact is, I made the... oh, God. I made all of the Twitch... Oh, I made all the Twitch notifications like super like visible now. Like I had it all figured out, and now it's saying that it's not even showing up. This is ridiculous. Yeah, it's not showing up at all on the screen. This is wild. Okay, fine. No, well, I appreciate that. I am glad that there's no worries on your end. It's just frustrating on my end because I put a lot of effort into trying to make these things more visible. They weren't very visible originally. Put all the time and effort into it, and now for some reason they're just not running. Now it feels like another thing I have to add to my list that I need to check before I start streaming every day. Just getting longer and longer in an attempt to avoid the problems that we see sometimes on this stream. Okay, now let's look at this, where the Attorney General? No, the Surgeon General. I knew I was wrong on that one. The Surgeon General has declared gun violence in the United States a public health crisis.
Surgeon General has declared a gun violence a public health crisis in America. Gun violence is the leading cause of death among children and adolescents in this country. More than half of U.S. adults say they or a family member have experienced a gun-related incident. The first of its kind advisory also lays out strategies that
should not be a statistic. 54% of adults say that they or a family member experienced a gun-related incident. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? Because there's like a million non-fatal gun crimes that happen. And I'm rounding down to the nearest million, because it's probably closer to like 1.5. Every year, right? You add those up, and it turns into this ridiculous number. 54% of adults say that they or a family member experienced a gun. Doesn't that basically, I mean, oh my God. What in the actual fuck?
Rid of the Second Amendment?
That's the crisis. And Dr. Vivek Murthy spoke with CBS Mornings earlier about the impact of gun violence.
There are solutions here. We don't have to live like this. And I lay out a series of strategies in this advisory that can help us reduce the profound toll of gun violence and help recognize that this is an issue that's infiltrated the psyche of America. People are scared in many communities I visit around the country to do normal things like go to school or the grocery store or work, and they're worried about the risk to their life.
For more on this, CBS News' Natalie Brand is in Washington.
Yeah, and the fact is worrying about stuff raises cortisol levels in your body, right? It's bad for your mental health and your well-being, right? There are these sorts of downstream effects of people that survive the gun violence, such as some people in chat here. I can't see names right now. Where are my glasses? Oh, okay, Disco. Yeah, people who have dealt with, gun violence, and it can be absolutely detrimental to your mental general well-being, right? Even if you weren't shot. And then, think about what it means to just be shot, even if you survive, right? It's going to affect something in your life, right? You're not going to be able to do something for who knows how long, maybe forever, right? It all depends on where you get shot and how immediately you get treatment, how good that treatment is, and like the what's it called, like the aftercare plan, right, in regards to your like your physical therapy for these sorts of things, right? It's like this is just like it's like a slew of things that come down the line from this shit. Just absolutely blows my mind that we continue to just arm the entire public.
What does this declaration mean?
Lindsay, good to join you. Well, again, this is a first-of-its-kind declaration, and one of the key goals here is to frame this through a public health lens. As you noted, gun violence now the leading cause of deaths in children and teens. So the report, this landmark report, really digs into the impact on individual communities, the physical trauma, also the mental health toll that it's taking, and gun safety groups that I've been talking to, they hope that this really not only sounds the alarm, but serves as a call to action, not just at the federal level and to lawmakers, but really at the community level.
I would agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly. Do I have a lot of expectations in regards to real changes around guns in the United States in terms of, getting people to essentially disarm themselves, right? There were times where people did gun trade-in programs and all these other sorts of things, and I think that there's You know? I mean, we should be going back to trying to do stuff like that and cut down the number of guns, regardless of whether or not they're legal or illegal or whatever. It's just ridiculous where we're at right now with it. It's really been bugging me. Because, I mean, the facts are we have come down slightly over the last couple of years since the heat of the pandemic, if you will. Somewhere around 2021, I think, was the peak of gun violence in the United States in terms of gun deaths specifically, if we're just looking at that. And I'm not saying that that's not good. It is good. But it's coming down from an incredible high. We are the number 2 country in the world for gun violence. It feels hopeless, I know. I understand that sentiment. But maybe if I just keep saying it once a day, somewhere someone will hear it and think, hey, that's a good idea. Okay, now let's talk about some other health-related stuff. First, this from a day ago, NBC Bay Area, where more potential cases tied to Shigella. I might be saying that wrong. Shigella? This is the worst name ever. Shigella outbreak within encampments along the San Jose River. Almost positive I'm saying that wrong. Shigella.
Already on the radar of county health officials tonight, the Shigella outbreak in the South Bay is getting worse. Last week, 3 confirmed cases. Tonight, there are 9, and an additional 21 are suspected. NBC's Jocelyn Moran is on the story for us. How concerned do people need to be?
Well, after speaking with an infected...
Wait, he said Shigella too, right? Oh, thank God. I think I just said that makes me feel so good.
disease specialist and county health officials, there are things that you and I can do to keep us from getting sick and prevent the spread of this very contagious disease.
More cases of the highly contagious disease Shigella have been identified in Santa Clara County. Tonight, health officials urging people to not get in the Guadalupe River downstream of Highway 85.
We know that Shigella, only a little bit of the organism can cause infection. We became aware that some of the sick individuals have been using the river.
They're asking people to not use the water for drinking, bathing, or cooking.
So the problem here is that along the San Jose River, there are some unhoused encampments, and those people are using the river to bathe and to get water from because there's no infrastructure there for them to be able to do so. It's a bad choice, but in the moment, whatever else it might be, you might not think about it clearly, and you just need water for something, and you use the river, but unfortunately, due to runoff and other things like that, other environmental things going on along this river, there is contamination inside the river, and so people are getting fucking sick. And this is a pretty serious disease. Thankfully, it's not easily, in fact, I don't believe it's almost at all transmissible between humans. But it's or is it I can't actually, hold on, let them explain it, because I think it's you only get the disease if you actually ingest the water or it gets into your body in some fashion.
Activity for humans to get Shigella infection is, being in the river.
Spell it, Shigella, 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 Shigella.
And swallowing contaminated river water.
So far, the county public health department says there are 9 confirmed cases. 6 people have been hospitalized. There are also 21 other suspected cases. The county says some of the cases have been identified at homeless encampments along the Guadalupe River. Other cases have been seen in other parts of San Jose, also among the unhoused community.
Some of the symptoms are nausea, vomiting, watery diarrhea. But probably the most alarming symptom that might bring somebody to the hospital is bloody diarrhea.
Infectious disease specialist Dr. Peter Chinhong says Shigella is one of the most infectious gastrointestinal diseases they know of.
People have it in the gut, they pass it out of the gut in stool. the stool might be contaminating food items. Maybe you cook food without washing your hands. Maybe you're touching.
Okay, never mind. I take it back. I totally take it back. I did not understand it correctly. Apparently, you can also infect other people by way of your bodily excretions if you are in fact infected with this fucking disease. Jesus Christ. Something needs to be done. Oh, God. Okay. That is troubling. This is why we need to set up more infrastructure for the unhoused, because it winds up creating a potential health threat for people as well. That I feel like stuff like this, you don't really think about it happening, because most people have access to clean water, at least in Western countries, like most of my audience are. Hi, fam. Passing out, fam. Good to see you, anti-corporatist. Okay. Now let's go on to this. And actually, I feel like I should have put this one here. Oh, I did. Oh, okay, good. I just need to refresh it. Perfect. Okay, now let's go on to this in New York, as this is a very troubling story, to be honest. I think most people here will be disappointed to hear this, but this is from just a day ago, coming out of NBC News, where New York County has now banned all transgender athletes from public sports venues. Just all-out ban. Sounds completely unconstitutional to me, but what do I say?
Trans rights are under attack. What do we do? They rallied before the vote, convinced no matter what they said, that the vote to ban biological males from competing in women's sports in Nassau County would pass.
We're here to say, hey, you know what? We're going to speak up and we're going to fight for our community.
This isn't about transgender. This is about fairness and safety.
Nassau County's executive is a big supporter of this legislation that only impacts county facilities. Earlier this year, he issued a ban to transgender women competing in female sports, and the state Supreme Court rejected it, saying that the county executive could not act without the legislature. On Monday, he stressed why he wanted them to pass this.
The transgender biological males.
Wow. I'm just going to come out and say it immediately. Is that Brianna Wu?
Saying that the county executive could.
Is that Brianna Wu? I cannot tell. I don't know enough of her to be able to tell.
Act without the legislature. On Monday, he stressed why he wanted them to pass this.
The transgender biological males are bullies. If
Sorry
they
for making everyone listen to
on
that
an
again.
all-girls or women's team, when they have an opportunity to compete against other biological males,
Jesus Christ.
when they have an opportunity to compete in co-ed leagues, and when they have an opportunity to form their own transgender league.
He added that lots of women and girls in the county agree with him.
Wow. Transgenders need their own league, according to this guy. I wonder if he actually supports the existence of something like that, or if he's just saying it thinking that, and knowing that there's not enough transgender people probably to start a league. It's just so fucked. It's just so fucked. Okay, we're not done. We have some other things to talk about with Pride today. This is just one of the more upsetting stories, so I figured we'd start off with that. I don't know. I'm of the opinion that bad news first, good news after. At least I try. I think of myself as like that, but then I The second I said it, I started assessing my own streams. I'm like, is that how we do things around here? Not really. I mean, I'm trying, but I don't do a very good job of it. Okay, let's look at this, which is actually good news that I'm mildly skeptical of, but will accept at face value. What I mean skeptical of, the thing I'm skeptical of is the motivation behind this, but beyond that, I'm honestly glad to hear this one. This is from CBS News as well. Oh, sorry, the other one was NBC, sorry. This one's from CBS News from 3 hours ago, where according to them, Biden has now pardoned all veterans convicted under the former military gay sex ban, where people would face up to, I think it was 5 years in prison per violation of this supposed ban in military court. I think that's how it worked, at least.
President Biden is offering pardons to LGBTQ+ military veterans who were convicted of a crime based on their sexual orientation. Wednesday's move is expected to affect thousands of former service members who were convicted under a former military law that criminalized consensual gay sex. Veterans who are eligible will have to apply for a certificate of pardon. The president says he is, quote, righting an historic wrong by using his clemency authority. Last year, our chief investigative correspondent Jim Axelrod spoke with Steve Morose, who was an Air Force officer in the late 1980s before the military found out he was gay and put him on trial.
How is that a law? How was slavery a law? How was, there's so many things in our past that were bad, that were laws. We could go down the fucking list. I mean, we still got
rid of the Second Amendment.
That problem.
You were looking at 17 years in prison.
I was. 5 years per sodomy charge and a year per conduct unbecoming charge. I thought my military life was over, but in that moment, I thought my life was over.
Jim Axelrod joins us now for more. Jim, why these pardons now?
It's a very good question, Jeff. And here in Washington, no matter who you talk to and ask that question to, they say, it's a little unclear. I suppose the skeptics could point out that we're just a few months away from a razor-tight election and that this is...
It is hilarious to hear CBS be skeptical, but, they're not actually being skeptical. They're just reporting that there are skeptical people that exist.
Going to be the kind of action that might shore up some support for President Biden.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, Jeff, that he could have done this at any point over the last 3.5 years, actually. So,
really? Wow. See, it's hilarious that they're saying it, because this is the sort of shit I've been saying. It's like, what about the last 3.5 years you had to fix the problems with reproductive rights for women? It's hilarious to hear CBS just point it out. It's like the first time they've been self-aware, or at least having some sort of experience of awareness.
A lot of people asking why, in fact, asking administration officials why, and really the answer is quite unclear still at this point.
Jim, we all remember that.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, I just thought that was honestly great news, regardless of some of the skepticism that I personally have about the reasoning for it, which they elucidated pretty well there, shockingly. It's the end of something that should not have existed. Like, I forget who said it now, but how is that a law? I don't know. A lot of things that I question on why they exist or ever existed, but thankfully it is now over, and those who are still being affected by the ramifications of that can at least be pardoned. I would also point out, it doesn't seem like they're planning on, I don't know, giving people reparations for having been pardoned, for having been jailed for who they are. I think it would have been probably good to, I don't know, sort of gauge that in some form or fashion. You're about to watch GNN on your PS5. That's lit.
That's hot.
Okay, now let's go to this to talk about pride in a different way. I feel like everybody here is probably aware of the existence of this channel, this show called The Majority Report with Sam Cedar, and in brackets, Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, and Bradley Alsop. Now, if you're not aware of this, although I feel like most people here are aware of it, I have submitted Vergonia flag to the Majority Report as it was requested by them about a week or so ago. I put it in, and the voting is now upon us. The way to vote is by going to this next video we're going to watch here. Actually, hold on. I think what I should also do is this. Can I do this? I can. Fantastic. It's beautiful. So great. Okay. No. Yeah. Alright, this is the link for the video we're about to watch, where you can go and vote for the Galactic Vergonia flag. This is it, right here. Let's see. Hold on.
Vergonia shame.
That's true, yeah.
This is from...
Okay, now, this is my flag. If you haven't seen it, this is my handiwork right here. You got Vergonia, obviously, emblazoned through the middle. I have, what do you call it? I have superimposed the words from Psalm 27, which is apparently Martha Ann Alito's favorite, or it's not even her favorite, it's hers. She said very verbatim, she said, Psalm 27 is my psalm. Not sure what that means exactly. Maybe she went back in time and wrote it herself. But that is emblazoned or superimposed onto the Vergonia, as you can see. I've also decided to make it German themed because she made a bunch of references to the fact that she was of German heritage, and that apparently meant something very important to her. Wasn't exactly clear what the importance of it was, but I just wanted to make it as accurate to that as I possibly could. I also added, oh my god, they used the old version of my flag. I sent them multiple versions. They used the, I was about to point out that she's also wearing, what's it called? A Sacred Heart of Jesus pin, which was on her lapel, but they used the wrong one. Hopefully, if I win, I can send them a more updated image of it. But she's also holding a copy of Psalm 27 on a piece of parchment with the flames kind of going on back there. If you're somehow unaware of this, what this is about, Vergonia means shame. And it was her response to pride flags, which she saw and was utterly just distraught over being forced to look at them across, I don't know, her yard or whatever, like across the bay, like in some sort of shit. Who wrote The Great Gatsby? God damn it. Either way, she's like looking across the bay, and instead of a glowing lamp at the end of the dock, it's a pride flag, and she's just ruining. She's like, oh, you wait for the day, you'll rue the day when I can put up my Vergonia flag. Well, that is your option. And so go to 14. The way to vote, you have to use the timestamp for it. So it's at 1440, and just say GalacticStreamLord. If you would like, of course, you're free to vote however you like, but I just wanted to make everybody aware. Thank you, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Really appreciate it, Del Sol Verde coming in the clutch there. But yes, remember, get those votes in. It'll help, it'll really help out. if I somehow manage to pull out the win, which I have doubts on for sure, but if I were to, I think it'd be great for the channel. Just gonna throw that out there. And I figured like an apt time to talk about it, as Pride Month is coming to a close, and we should talk about all these, continue talking about these things. We're obviously going to be continuing to talk about issues affecting LGBTQ+ people, but since I said it at the beginning of Pride Month, and I've continued on all this month, trying to make sure that we highlight these kinds of stories. Okay, now what is next? Hey, people are very nice. I appreciate you voting. I really do. Really, really do. By the way, Mitty, if you're listening right now, I want to say thank you to you, especially for pumping out GNN links in the Majority Report. Hopefully we will get to those 500 followers, subscribers, whatever they're called, that we need here on YouTube to get this god-dang channel monetized. Okay, now let's move on to this. Actually, we're going to skip one. How far are we in today? Yeah, I deserve to skip this. We already looked at this. You can technically find this video on our channel from yesterday or Monday, whatever it was. Okay, let's look at this from a day ago. King 5 Seattle. This is about journalism. Apparently, the Everett Herald has been conducting a series of layoffs, which cut off nearly half of its newsroom staff. Their employees are now protesting said layoffs in the streets.
Staffers from the Everett Herald staged a one-day strike today, protesting layoffs that will nearly cut the newsroom there in half. The Herald's owner says the cuts are a way to improve the paper. Staff and some community members are not buying that. King 5's Cornelius Hawker's here now to tell us what those newsroom employees want. Cornelius.
Greg, they want the 12 employees laid off to get their jobs back. Now, if that doesn't happen, they say the local news presence in Everett and Snohomish County will suffer a disservice to those who live there.
It's a sign of the times in Everett.
Carpenters so rich and rude, we don't like your attitude.
Journalists from the Everett Herald protesting layoffs.
We're fighting to protect the future of our newspaper.
Sophia Gates, a reporter, is one of the 12 given notice last week.
Without us here, there are so many issues, so many events, so many high school sports games that would just go uncovered.
With the layoffs, Sophia says people in Snohomish County are going to lose their local watchdogs.
To keep law enforcement accountable, to keep school district officials, city officials, politicians accountable.
That kind of nuts and bolts coverage that the Herald has long provided, with half the people, that means they just can't provide as much.
Jerry Korn.
Yeah, and the fact is that local journalism has been dying. And something needs to genuinely be done about it. I don't even know where to start with it, right? There's been times where I thought, maybe people should be trying to band together, like on YouTube, and try and create their own local content, since, big business doesn't seem to be all that interested in doing it. It's not making them enough money in the traditional ways that they used to, but it's a important aspect of democratic society, if you will, and it is not good. Whoopsies, that's the wrong screen. Sorry, we're not ending the show, don't worry. But it's just, it's an integral part to a functioning democracy, and it's not great to see this happening more and more. Okay. Hopefully, these protests do something in this one case, but I do think there needs to be a more national movement to sort of solve this problem, which has really honestly been going on for 15 years, longer than that. Okay. Where next? Okay, now I want to talk about politics a little bit. First, let's look at this story from CNN. This is from a day ago, where a judge, or the judge, I can't remember his name, but the judge in the Trump hush money trial has rolled back parts of the gag order ahead of sentencing.
The judge in the criminal hush money trial of former President Donald Trump is rolling back parts of a gag order imposed before the trial. Trump can now publicly talk about witnesses like Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels. So let's bring in CNN's Bryn Gingras to talk a little bit about this. We have a response now from the Trump campaign. Bryn, what are they saying?
Yeah, I mean, Brianna, they're saying they're still going to fight it. Let's first talk about what this order does and does not do. You just mentioned the big one there.
They're going to fight the rolling back of the order. It's just so great. Oh, God. This is hilarious. We really don't need to get into this very much. I just thought it's hilarious. The whole situation. I mean, the fact is this judge has been bending over backwards to allow Trump to basically do and say whatever the fuck he wants while on trial. He's now been, found guilty in a court of law by a jury of his peers. And he can now say basically whatever he wants, within reason. Literally. I mean, he already was, which is why I'm struggling to even attempt to make the distinction, because it really genuinely has felt this whole time. I don't know if you felt the same way as me, but it just has felt like he's just been able to say whatever. We've heard some absolutely ridiculous things come out of his mouth outside of that courtroom relating to the judge, the DA, Joe Biden's grandma, anybody and everyone under the sun has gotten some sort of Trump criticism from outside of that courtroom, but mostly, specifically, the judge and the DA, the prosecutors, as he calls them, the corrupt prosecutors.
Illegal.
Okay, now let's go on to this. This one's from 23 hours ago, where most Americans... Actually, should we watch a piece of this one first? You know what? The stream is running better than it was Monday, so I think I'm going to do this one again. This is from CBS News from 2 days ago, where a third of America's youngest voters say they do not plan to vote in the 2024 election.
About a third of the youngest voters in the country say they are not planning to vote during the upcoming election. That's according to a new CBS News poll, which finds just 66% of registered voters under 30 intend to vote. That number goes up with age, with 94% of people 65 and older expecting to cast ballots. Our Caitlin Huey-Burns talked to some young voters, and one of them laid out the motivation he says he needs to head to the polls.
The couch is looking real comfy right now.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, that's, I think a lot of people feel the way that you're feeling, is that, okay, you're telling me to come out and vote, but for what?
Right.
So you'd be entirely comfortable staying home?
For sure. Absolutely. You have to give us something to vote for. I think that's why a lot of people are choosing to, sit this one out.
So yeah, and we've been talking about this actually for, I want to say, at least 2 or 3 weeks, if not longer. But this specific dynamic relating to the quote-unquote losing out to the couch dynamic, where people just aren't being they're not being motivated properly. I mean, they're not being motivated at all to go and vote. If anything, they're being anti-motivated by much of the rhetoric that has been coming out of the Biden administration, if that's who we're talking about voting for, right? because he said multiple times to the people who are really the most intrinsic part of getting out the vote, quote unquote, has told them that their opinions don't matter, right? Specifically as it relates to Gaza, right? Because a majority of activists are also pro-Palestinian. And those are the people that Biden needs to get to go out and tell people to vote for him. But those people, such as, you know, I don't even know if I can call myself such as them, because I'm not a real activist. I'm just a online activist. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm not motivated to tell anybody to rush out there and vote for them. I think most people know the arguments for voting for him and against Trump still, but it's been 4 years, and there's a lot of you know, people who are upset about what he's been doing, especially as it relates to the last 8 months. Oh, God. Okay, now, hold on. We're not done talking about this. I'm just pausing.
CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns joins us now. So, Caitlin, help us understand this sentiment. What is driving this, and how could this impact both candidates?
Hey, Lindsay, good to see you. Well, this is kind of the age-old question about this voting group, whether they will, in fact, show up to vote. You mentioned those poll numbers there. Young voters typically vote at a much lower rate than older voters. But talking to that one person that you highlighted there in that clip, you know, this is a battle that the campaigns have been having right now, not necessarily competing against each other, but competing against the couch. And you heard from that voter there saying that the couch is looking quite comfy, that he would be entirely fine staying home because he doesn't believe that either of the candidates are speaking to issues that directly affect him, especially as a young Black American. Now, we've also asked these voters, you know, what do you say to the argument that, you know, if you don't show up, you don't vote, how can you possibly change things? And it was interesting.
Yeah. And so this poll is, you know, pretty... This says what's happening right now, is that both of them are too old, even if some people perceive Trump as not being too old, more so than Biden. But 50% of the country, or at least not in the country, but of younger voters in this country are of the feeling that neither candidate speaks to them, understands their concerns and needs, and that is the problem. That is a problem. How do you motivate people if they are convinced that you don't understand them or give a shit about them? It's a difficult sell, right? And the fact is they're only within like 4 or 5 years of each other, right? They're from a completely different generation than, you know, Gen Z and most, you know, millennials, honestly, entirely. They've lived completely different lives. In fact, are they both? They're both technically baby boomers, right? For a second, I thought that, I don't know why in my head. You know what? I think it's true. Yeah, I think it's true. People, because I just in my head had Trump as being Gen X. He's definitely a boomer. Young people should hear Stephen Miller's plans. He's got some terrible plans. Ugh, I can't imagine him being back in the fucking White House. Ew. Maybe Ralph Nader will come save us? You think Ralph... How old is Ralph? Ralph is like in his 80s, isn't he? He's in like his late 80s. Am I wrong? Hold on. How old is Ralph Nader? He's 90 years old, dude. Wait, he's dead? He's not dead. No, that's bullshit. He's alive. Ralph Nader is not dead. He's 90 years old, though. I mean, if age is a problem, I mean, the fact is I would definitely vote for Nader over either of them if I thought that he had a chance, but it's going the wrong direction on the age situation. Just going to point that out. Okay, let's go on to this one. This is from the AP from 23 hours ago. According to them, most Americans are planning to watch the Biden-Trump debate. as many see high stakes in its contents. Speaking of which, I am in fact planning on doing a live stream tomorrow during the debate. That's at least my plan for now. I have heard whisperings that there will be a lot of shutdown on people attempting to watch this CNN debate or trying to restream it. We will see how that goes. I feel like I'm small enough that I might be able to get under the radar. It's not 100%. I know the MR is going to be trying to do it, but I also have a feeling if anybody's going to get copyright, I feel like they're going to get copyright struck first because they're going to go to the top of the algorithm. They're going to have the most viewers. I'm just, you know, I'm just going to be crossing my fingers and trying to give it a shot tomorrow. Although I did actually think about not doing it and chatting in the MR chat during it, but the MR chat is always like, especially during debates, they usually get just such an insane for viewership that you can't even type in the chat. There's like 8,000 people in there, and it's going by at like 50 miles an hour. Can't even see your own messages, let alone other people's. But yes, let's quickly talk about this poll.
The first debate of the 2024 presidential cycle is on Thursday, and it's a historic matchup between a current and former president. A new AP NORC poll shows that Americans will be tuning in. About 4 in 10 Americans say they'll be watching it live, and more will be watching clips afterward or following commentary around the debate. The same AP NORC survey found that Americans think the stakes are high for both candidates. According to the survey, about half of Americans think that the debate will be very or extremely important for Biden's presidential campaign, and about 4 in 10 think it will be very or extremely important for Trump's.
Now, I know this is what the majority of people think polled, but me personally, I think that the number is even more skewed. I think that it's higher for Biden and lower for Donald Trump, right? I mean, if you, well, actually, the fact is, this is just representative of how many people said one or the other. But I do genuinely think it's much more consequential for Joe Biden than for Donald Trump. I mean, I think we know that most people who are prepared to vote for Donald Trump at this point, I'm not saying all, I'm just saying most, are, as we have seen, unwilling to confront reality as it relates to this.
I don't want reality.
And are, you know, willing to, or are like just vehemently opposed to considering any sort of criticisms about Donald Trump as being in any way factual, right? They just disregard anything. I mean, and even if they are factual, we've heard people be confronted, especially by, like, I want to say, like, the Good Liars. They do such a great job of this, where they just kind of point out the facts over and over again until they're like, okay, but I still don't care and I'll vote for him. And it's like, okay, right. So that's where we are with that. Okay, well, thank you for the conversation. So that's all I'm saying. I think that, but the fact is I also think that the debate isn't going to be enough for most people on the left, if you will. That I think a lot of us want to see actual policy changes, want to see some real concrete stuff. What's said in a debate is often almost never stuck to by presidents ever after being elected. So, you know, I'd rather see stuff happen. But, you know, it's still going to be important for people that are swayed by these debates. Debates don't actually change people's minds. Right, well, that's what I'm saying. There are people, right? There's a group of people who are still undecided right now, right? These people are waiting for the debates to see who seems flashier in the moment or whatever, right? I don't know. It's not the sort of mindset I go through life with, but like, I know they exist. I know they fucking exist. People waiting to hear something that really speaks to them. Like, oh my God, that's what I've been waiting to hear. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, now let's do a little bit of fun real quick before we move on to talking about other stuff here. Getting out of politics. Let's quickly watch this, a piece of, I think this is from today. Today's Majority Report. Yeah, this is posted a couple hours ago. Hold on. Yeah, this is a Fox guest coming on to claim that Biden is going to use something to cure his dementia before the Trump debate. Something illicit and scary.
The way she pronounces Ronnie Jackson is Pill Mill Jackson. Being investigated by the Ethics Committee. Demoted by the Navy for running a pill mill out of the White House. Jackson Johnson is the way you pronounce that guy's name. Go ahead.
That Ronnie Jackson says Biden will have been at Camp David for a full week before the debate, and that they're probably experimenting with getting doses right, giving him medicine ahead of the debate. Is that what you think?
Yeah, I think that, any patient that truly, or, elderly individual or someone that has dementia, they can find some moments of clarity, right? They can find moments throughout the day that they have energy. And I think that Trump's team should not underestimate Joe Biden and his team's ability to whether they're going to jack him up on Mountain Dew or whatever it is. That look, the State of the Union this year, he had a lot of energy for about an hour or an hour and a half.
That Ronnie Jackson.
Oh God, oh man, Mountain Dew. That's serious. Good God, Gary StreamLord 2024. Ridiculous. StreamLord for King of Aquitaine of 2024? Why would the French elect me king? I don't think they even have a king. Didn't they get rid of kings a while ago? I don't want to be king in France. I think I would be immediately guillotined. I'd prefer to avoid that. Either way, it's just fucking hilarious. Gonna get all jacked up on Mountain Dew. Just like cocaine. Except definitely not. It's ridiculous. I mean, we all remember Donald Trump and the Sudafed and all of that stuff. It's not like his whole family doesn't have like a cocaine butler like on call at all times. Like, come on. This is a ridiculous suggestion that somehow the Mountain Dew is going to cause Biden to somehow outperform Mountain Dew. I had no idea just how performance enhancing Mountain Dew is. That's a great commercial for Mountain Dew. I hope that they I hope they run with it. Oh my God. Cocaine Butler is a sick band name. It just came to me. I was like, of course they have a cocaine butler. That's a normal thing. If you're wildly wealthy and a fan of the nose candy. What am I doing next? Okay. Yes, let's move away from politics. I just figured we deserved a laugh before we move on to other serious shit. This is from NBC Bay Area from a day ago, where San Francisco is now at a record high vacancy rate for its commercial real estate.
Well, downtown San Francisco continues to struggle. New numbers for the second quarter of this year show a new record high for vacant office space.
Yeah, it's the highest of any major market in the country. Investigative reporter Hilda Gutierrez joins us in the newsroom now. And Hilda, you found that there are some positive indicators. Yes,
Hold on. Third support character already. Good God. Okay. And you do have the Buddy Jesus on a Raptor from last stream still on deck, just chilling, just being like extra supportive right now. What is going on? Oh my God, we're only an hour and 15 minutes in and I'm having stream lag? This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. I'm just gonna play this.
Data shows signs that the city's free-falling office market is stabilizing. Rates are still rising, but at its lowest pace recorded, showing that businesses are having greater confidence to make long-term real estate commitments.
I feel like she's trying to will that into existence a little bit, at least that
Office
last part of it.
vacancy rates in San Francisco are continuing to tick up. According to new market data, almost 40% of San Francisco offices are currently empty.
Yeah. So, honestly, we've been talking about real estate because there's definitely some shifting sands that are happening in the market right now. And I mean, probably most of us knew that there was this happening, perhaps not, but the commercial real estate market has been in a big slump ever since, you know, somewhere in the middle of COVID when people's leases started renewing and people decided to pass on that and let people stay at home, work from home, things like that. Now there's been some amount of come back to work pushes, if you will, coming from mostly people that are connected to this kind of stuff, like commercial real estate, because these vacancy rates are absolutely killing people who own these massive $100+ million, mostly billion-dollar buildings. Yeah, this is going to be putting pressure on prices and hopefully will cause some to repurpose these buildings for things like housing, you know, and will hopefully in turn have some sort of effect on housing. Oh, look, oh, things are looking up. Hold on. Got my software going. Got another 18. I don't know how we're getting so many 18s. We've had Sam Cedar, like, I don't even know how many times. like so many times now. Not that I'm complaining, but somehow the dice continues to give us Sams. Hold on, let me switch to this one so I make sure I get it right. Both of these. This is what I get for not restarting the software. I was just very busily trying to improve some of the scenes earlier today while I was researching. I had Patreon stuff to do and things of that nature. I decided to try and freshen up some of the Galactic scenery. Cool, so this is totally moving super slow. I love that for us. Alright, we're not going to watch this whole thing. We're going to move on, and unfortunately, it's still lagging, so we're going to have to wait to make sure we get Sam on both my regular and my backup screen for that one. Okay. Now let's quickly talk about this. As we've been talking about this for literally months. All of this Boeing stuff has been going on. We have seen so many problems with their airplanes over the last 100 days or so, if you will. And very recently, the Department of Justice has brought criminal charges against Boeing. If you didn't see this yesterday or Monday, I figured we'd quickly look at this one before we move on to the newer of the videos.
U.S. prosecutors have recommended to the Justice Department that criminal charges be brought against the airline manufacturer Boeing for violating a settlement related to 2 fatal crashes. A final decision will be made next month. Earlier this year, the department found Boeing had violated an agreement shielding it from a fraud charge. It said it might prosecute the company over the crashes of its 737 MAX aircraft in 20...
So yeah, the company, Boeing company, reached a deal with the DOJ to prevent prosecution, and then went against the details of that deal, which has now opened them up to the very prosecution which that deal deferred, as well as the potential for more charges, you would think. Now, this is the older of the two videos. I figured we would go to this one immediately without even switching. This is from a day ago from Global News. Why Boeing's potential criminal charges could have a huge impact globally. Oh.
The clock is ticking for Boeing. The U.S. Justice Department has until July 7th to decide whether to criminally charge the company after prosecutors alleged it violated a deferred prosecution agreement related to 2 fatal crashes in 2018 and 2019.
This is not something that's going away easily for Boeing. At all.
Boeing has previously said it has honored the deferred prosecution agreement and told Global News Monday it had no comment. It's yet to be seen if criminal charges will be laid. Legal experts say Boeing could face penalties or added fines if the DOJ does go ahead, or even an impact to their contracts both in the U.S. and globally. However, the Justice Department will likely be cautious in what it does.
They may look to structure a guilty plea or some other penalty to do as the least damage as they can to civil society and military operations.
But aviation experts say even if the charges are not laid, the company may face more reputational harm, including more questions about safety.
The airline sector, the business, they still trust Boeing. It will be an issue about the trust of the public to board those aircraft.
Boeing has had a turbulent 2024 with multiple incidents involving its planes. Potential charges are the latest challenge, but not the only one. Even in case...
I forgot that your district is where the Boeing plant is. Or at least one of them, right? Don't they have multiple? Yeah. You signed a letter? You just signed up to accept no corporate money? No, that's good. That's good. That's what I like to hear. Maybe if you get elected, you can somehow force them to never do another stock buyback. I'd love to see that. I don't know what kind of power you have in that. But you would think it would benefit the workers as well as society, considering it seems like they are completely neglecting to deal with some aspects of their business because they're so money hungry. It's very frustrating. No, it's not your district. Like, or at least where the corporate headquarters is. I guess I don't quite understand where all of these things are, or where all the places that you're mentioning are either. Okay. Where are we? Oh, okay. This is, I mean, it's about as fun of a story as we get around here, usually. I mean, it's not a funny story. So it's not the most fun, but it's certainly not really doom related. This is just discussing a trend that I was actually unaware of, specifically relating to this we're about to look at. But this is from CNBC from earlier today. How YouTube beat Netflix and Disney in the streaming wars.
The transition from traditional television to streaming services has led to a major cord cutting across the country.
So did Netflix just win the latest round of the streaming wars?
I see them as winning the streaming wars.
Netflix, the great media disruptor,
a company that turned the entertainment industry on its head.
In light of Netflix's ability to just be the king in this sandbox.
As established media companies struggle to turn a profit on their own streaming services, many pundits crown Netflix the winner in the streaming wars, the OG of subscription streaming, the king of digital content.
I always say the crown as a program may be over, but it has been crowned the most successful media company and most valuable, and it will continue.
Netflix makes up more than 7% of total TV usage in the US, but...
Bring Back Inside Job. Isn't that the movie where they rob a bank and then the guy hides inside of the bank for like a week?
It's technically not winning the streaming wars.
I'm gonna spend the next 50 hours buried alive in this coffin.
You're gonna I gotta be honest, I kind of think I can do expert. No.
The most watched streaming platform is YouTube.
Hi, friends.
I kind of have a different take on this.
3, 1.
YouTube, of course, isn't new. You know that already. It was found...
No shit. And because of that, we're gonna move on to here.
In 2005. It's been almost 2 decades since Netflix moved to online streaming, kicked off a massive shift in the entertainment industry. A race to the top that would eventually be deemed the streaming wars. Currently, almost every major media entity is represented in the space in one way or another, all vying for the attention of a massive digital audience dominated by younger viewers.
So many media executives that we would run into is they always sort of try to silo and say, okay, there's this thing called premium content. That's what you make for TV or for streaming. And then there's this other stuff that you watch.
The Galactic News Network is the best content, period. That's what I love to hear. That's great. Now we just need all of YouTube to hear that. If I want, you can call into the show sometime and talk about Boeing. That'd be sweet. I still haven't gotten to the point of doing actual interviews. I've been doing only fake interviews, but at some point I would like to start doing real interviews. We'll have to stay in contact for something like that later on.
On YouTube.
Now you may be thinking, isn't YouTube a social media site? Is calling it a streaming service comparing apples to oranges?
When you think about time spent, it's absurd to separate.
I mean, real interviews with real animals, such as Dr. Dumbo Elefante III and so on.
Into different buckets.
Real animals.
Whether you're watching the NFL or whether you're watching TikTok or whether you're watching YouTube, it doesn't matter. It's just time.
When Google bought...
Okay, hold on. I just wanted to get to this graph, honestly. We don't have to look at this whole video. But it is an interesting trend. And this next graph that we're going to look at here will show you just... just how much things have actually changed in this space. Here is the market caps of all the biggest streaming services: YouTube, Netflix, Disney, and Comcast. As you can see, YouTube is in fact doing better than the rest of all of the other streaming services. Hold on, there's another graph. Can't remember where it is. Where is it? I don't know. I can't find it. Point is that somewhere in here, they, according to the numbers, they said that the reason for this is because the YouTube numbers have gone beyond anything that the other streaming platforms are seeing, right? More and more people, especially millennials and younger, are now turning to YouTube before they turn to anything else, right? And or, you know, non-traditional content like TV and movies. Okay, now let's move along here. I'm going to start talking about the environment. I figured that this next piece would be good way to segue us between what we're talking about now and what we're about to talk about soon here. Yeah. NBC Bay Area from earlier today. They did an interview with a nonprofit which is keeping tons of textiles out of landfills, making them available to both artists and teachers.
Kira, I love sharing Bay Area Proud stories that involve people taking something they're already passionate about, then using it to help others. That's the case with tonight's story. The passion people have is for things like fabrics.
Hey, what is
happening? And the good they're doing? Keeping them out of the landfills.
Hold on. Why is my streaming software being a dick to me right now? There we go.
It all comes together in a place called FabMo.
Hi, guys.
Short for Fabrics and More. Housed in a Sunnyvale warehouse, FabMo is a textile lover's dream, as long as there's a bit of a treasure hunter in them as well.
You never know what you're going to find here.
Something Kathy Bond, board chair of FabMo, has been explaining to folks for years.
You have to come here with a little bit of an open mind, but that's the fun of it. Because you may come in looking for a zipper pull, and maybe we don't have a lot of zipper pulls right now, but you find a tile that is going to make a great tabletop for you, or a trivet. Wow, what are you going to do with all those buttons?
The history of FabMo goes back a couple of decades when founders Hannah and Jonathan Cranch saw perfectly good fabric samples being thrown out at San Francisco's Design Center and devised a plan to rescue them. Nowadays, a van heads there every week for pickups of fabrics, tiles, and carpets that otherwise would be discarded.
Yes, this is absolutely what we need to be doing on a societal level, is avoiding waste. And the fact is, we need corporations to be taking the bigger corporations, which have the bigger footprint, the bigger output of waste, to be taking proactive steps to not be wasteful, right? And to actually find people to try and work with people that such as these individuals here, who are trying to avoid and they're doing a great work here, great effort in all of this, right? And it seems like a good idea, you know. I'm not saying this is going to somehow solve all of our problems related to the environment. I think you all know I'm more skeptical than that. But it's just one of many sorts of things that we need to be doing, and on a broader scale rather than on a micro scale with one place in the Bay Area, right? Okay. Joanne Fabric just went out of business. Is that true? Wow. Wow. End of an era. Okay, now on to talk more directly about our environment and some of the things that have been happening with it. Let's look at this one first. This is from the Associated Press from a day ago. Federal officials streamlining wildfire response with complex incident management teams.
We are tracking breaking news on the dangerous wildfires burning near Churchill Falls in Labrador. Officials are now evacuating people still in the town after news broke just last hour that one of the fires has jumped the river. That was serving as part of a fire break to keep the town safe. CBC's Peter Cowan is in St. John's with the latest. So, Peter, what does this development mean here, that this fire has jumped the river?
Yeah, this river has really acted as a natural fire break to protect the town of Churchill Falls from this fire that's 1,500 hectares in size. And unfortunately, Mother Nature was not cooperating today. High temperatures into the high 20s, along with low humidity and some winds that are blowing today from the southwest. And so that's...
I just realized I looked over this video just now. I have no idea how I did that. Well, I know exactly how. I scrolled too far on my list. Sorry, chat, this is not the video which I promised you. This is in fact a video from CBC News from a day ago discussing a fire jumping a literal fucking river. And of course we know that as the winds get higher, you know, embers get carried much further than going across a river. So it's certainly, you know, especially with the winds we've been seeing, something that we should be expecting to see, which is just really concerning, right? The wind was lower in many places. It would be a different problem. Well, it would be a smaller problem. It says GNN Fabrics filed for bankruptcy. The stores will remain open. Wow. Wow. I don't have any need to go to GNN Fabrics, but it's just a place that I have memories in, right? You know? I remember my mom taking me to GNN Fabrics. I mean, there's even been times where I, as a man, have decided to go there as an adult by myself to buy things. But yeah. Sorry, let's continue watching this.
The fire, and it actually pushed some of those flames over the river onto the community of Churchill Falls. And because that fire has crossed the river, that's why they are now removing about 100 or so people that were still in the town in order to keep the hydroelectric plant that is there up and running. This is a very important plant, and they just kept sort of a minimal number of people. But now that the fire has crossed the river, they've decided to pull even those essential workers out.
Damn.
And the premier said just about an hour and a half or so ago that, you know, this fire crossing the river is definitely a big concern for him.
Hold on. Where's that photo?
Across the river, they've decided to pull.
Damn, dude. The amount of smoke that comes off of these fires. What the fuck was in that river? Probably water and wildlife would be my guess. Probably just the normal river stuff. Could be wrong, could be wrong. Okay, now let's talk about federal officials. This is in the United States. Discussing wildlife management.
As wildfires grow in size and complexity, changes have been needed in the command structure of wildland firefighting.
The incident commander is overall in charge and responsible for all actions taken on within the incident. I would say the basic level is a Type 5 incident commander, where you're looking at maybe a single burning snag or minimal resources, maybe just one, say, module, like an engine or something like that, where it grows and grows into a Type 3, which is more complex, maybe a more extended attack. And of course, you had your Type 1 and Type 2 teams, which is now CIM, which is your most complex incidents.
Type 1 and Type 2 incident commands have been changed to complex incident management teams to help alleviate staff shortages.
With the amount of incidents that we deal with, the fires that we deal with, they keep on increasing year to year. The numbers of them, the sizes of them. Basically what they came up with was we're not having enough people to staff those teams. I'll give you an example. I've been a part of incident management teams for over 20 years. And there's been years where we've gone to an incident, I've come home for 2 days, packed up, and left 2 days later for another incident, and did that.
Watching this stuff makes me so concerned sometimes that I think, you know, I might need to quit streaming and just become a firefighter. You don't have enough firefighters? Even with the fact we're using prisoners in many states. That's bad. Granted, I'm not in a very fire-prone place when I'm on Earth usually, but just thinking out loud right now. I think it's partly just because it really is just, my God. No, obviously I'm kidding. I'm not gonna quit. Not gonna quit. Alright, I'm still here. You looked up how much firefighters make in Yakima, Washington, and it's like $50,000. It's not great, considering you're, as a firefighter, being literally threatened with death at every turn in these sort of situations. Considering how many fires you're seeing in these most fire-prone areas, for instance, California, seems like almost every day. Some are volunteers. That's true. That's true. Some are volunteer firefighters. Okay. All right. We're not going to talk about fires too much. It makes me hot just talking about it. So let's talk about floods. That should cool us off. Okay. Let's start here in the Minnesota area. We looked at this dam collapsing a few days ago. And I figured we'd just remind ourselves of what was happening with that. Things have, in fact, developed, but I figured we'd go in a chronological order.
These are floods that have been going on, or incidents, if you will, for the last several weeks. We have about 18 inches of rain over the last couple of weeks. What's happened is we've inundated the ground. There's nowhere for it to go, and the resources that are being deployed are strategically out there. We're making sure, first and foremost, people are safe, protecting property. And
just one thing I want to point out to you. That house. This house right here. This house obviously is in serious danger. You will see just how much later.
We're making sure, first and foremost, people are safe, protecting property, and protecting public infrastructure. Certainly, we will wait and see once the damage assessment starts coming in after the waters start to recede a little bit. If we hit those threshold numbers for a presidential declaration, we will certainly apply for that. We've already seen about 40 counties that have been hit by this. 7 have already applied for emergencies. Those processes will be in place. We'll do it as quickly as possible. And this is a point where I always say thank you to the Minnesota legislature that has created a secondary safety net in Minnesota with our disaster assistance contingency account that allows us, should we not reach in some of these places the threshold levels for federal assistance, we still have the state assistance on this.
No fires in space? I mean, technically, on a space station, a fire can occur because there's oxygen in the environment. But you're right. Outside, in space, can't have a fire for real. Not a real fire. Needs oxygen to survive. But yeah, I could have a fire on the space station technically. Knock on wood. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Okay, now space firemen. Okay, let's go on. Let's get closer to current. This is from a day ago, CBS News. We have been looking at this bridge as well, which was, I think, in Iowa. It was getting hit by floodwaters and was essentially completely out of service. Hadn't yet, hadn't collapsed quite, but it was just being slammed by water. Was unusable, and now, well, let's just go to this.
We're going to begin with a record-breaking flooding that has ravaged parts of the Midwest. It's now being blamed for at least 2 deaths. Raging floodwaters have partially breached a dam in Minnesota, and residents downstream might need to evacuate. Another fast-moving river brought down a railroad bridge, this one in Sioux City, Iowa, which has gotten more than 1.5 feet of rain since Thursday. That is a lot of rain. Jonah Kaplan of CBS Minnesota is there to bring...
So yeah, as you can see, that fucking bridge is now completely collapsed. Of course, with the water not subsiding, that was pretty much inevitable. But that's going to be another one of these. I don't know exactly how many big pieces of infrastructure that we have seen go down, but this is, we already had crumbling infrastructure that was having problems even without inclement, like incredibly inclement weather events happening to them, and or ships running into them, and or having them, but you get what I'm saying. This is bad in terms of, the state of our infrastructure. This kind of stuff happening just adds on to the list of stuff that needs to be fucking done. And we were already talking about how there's a massive labor shortage in the construction industries, right? This doesn't help.
It's the latest. Jonah, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Gail, good morning. Just so much water. The Big Sioux River, it's what divides Iowa and South Dakota. It swelled over the banks in some areas, and the current's so strong, yes, it swept away the supports from this railroad bridge behind me. Now, because of all that rain, yes, it might have stopped, but we're talking about a deluge of about 1 inch every 15 minutes.
Wow, 1 minute every 1 inch every 50. That's insane. That equates to a foot every 3 hours, right? Am I doing that right? Yeah. There's another fire in South Colorado. Yeah. In fact, I missed that one. In fact, we talked about, I think, like 5 fires in a week in California, and then near the end of the week, we watched a video that showed us that we had missed like 3 or 4 other fires that had happened in California as well, that just didn't quite reach the severity as the other ones. It is almost impossible, it feels like, for me to keep up with every climate event without completely foregoing the rest of my stream. Like, and I would have to spend, like, I feel like, an incredible amount of time to be able to track each and every one. And maybe I don't know. Maybe if I had more help, I might be able to, or whatever. I'm just thinking out loud right now. Maybe if I had slightly more resources or whatever else, might be able to be more thorough with my coverage. But I feel like I'm doing my very best most days, almost all days. Oh God, what's next? Just saying that out loud, do my very best, it makes me question whether or not I'm doing my very best. That's the reality I live with inside of my head. Let's go on to this. Also from a day ago, discussing the flooding more broadly.
We are following severe weather around the country. President Biden issued a major disaster declaration for parts of Iowa dealing with historic flooding. Major levees have failed in the region, forcing evacuations near Sioux City. And heavy rain and severe flooding is pushing a dam in southern Minnesota to its brink. Take a look at this video. Officials are warning its complete failure is imminent. Residents are being told to monitor and potentially evacuate. A relentless heat wave also continues to grip parts of the nation.
I wish they had planned for a good way to clear this dam of debris in these situations, because the fact is to go out onto the dam itself is a fucking death trap. But I'm pretty sure if they had thought ahead, they could have created some sort of a platform where they could have put heavy machinery to get some of this away from, because the fact is all of you can see all of the clogging on the dam, which is causing it, right? But there's no way to really get at it. Like if you look at it, hold on, go back. What are you doing? Like as you can see, there's really no way to get at this, right? Even this biggest clump, which is the furthest over, like even a backhoe isn't gonna get even close to that from this here. Right, obviously I'm not a fucking. I'm not. What? Why did it just randomly open up a CBS News tab? I'm offended by that. Okay, hold on, sorry. I'm just distracted by talking about this. But it's just frustrating, because not only is this, you know, I mean, this thing provides electricity to, I think, like, 50, maybe not 50,000 people, but quite a few people.
Is imminent. Residents are being told to monitor and potentially evacuate. A relentless heat wave also continues to grip parts of the nation. Heat advisories are in place in North Texas, where temperatures could feel as high as 109 degrees. So for more on this, let's go to Bo Evans with CBS News Texas, joining us from Dallas. Bo, I'm sorry to you and your crew for...
I forget they talk about the heat. We're going to move on, because we'll talk about heat later. Right? Am I talking about heat? You know what? I'll let her talk, because actually I don't know. Yeah, no.
Out there, but what's the latest on these scorching temps?
Yeah, good morning, and it's hot. It's about 90 degrees right now. It's a little after 11 a.m., but it already feels like 99, and I can tell you I'm pretty hot right now. So we expect high temperatures, and it's a touch almost triple digits today if it doesn't get in there, and almost it's going to feel like up to 109.
That's a huge part of the country that's in this heat wave of 100 degrees. That hits what? What is that? Wyoming, Nebraska, shit, my brain is broken now. What the fuck is this country right here? I mean, what is this state? Is that Kansas? I think it's Kansas, right? Almost positive that's Kansas. Oklahoma, Texas. Without the names, I just realized that I actually don't know which one is which in that area. Yeah, actually, I don't think that's Kansas either. Wait, no. Wait. Oh, God. Oh, this is pathetic. Everybody, cut that. Cut that. Tells you how much I care about Kansas. Well, it is Colorado, you're right. That's what's throwing me off. I'm looking completely... Whatever. Is it another heat dome? I think it's the remnants of the heat dome that's been going for like over a week now, right? They said that the heat dome was just going to sit over the Midwest for a great period of time. And yeah, it is, as you can see. All right, now let's go on to talk about some other things about the Midwest. As the National Guard was activated to Minnesota to help against the rising floodwaters. That's how serious this has gotten. That's how many people are under threat. The fucking National Guard is going to Minnesota.
There's a new round of severe storms slamming the Midwest tonight, creating fresh havoc. Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell. And we're going to begin our broadcast once again tonight with wild weather in the U.S. It has been our lead story almost every night for the past 10 days. And that's because it's been the hottest, wettest start for summer ever in some areas, all made more likely by climate change. The extreme weather is having dire consequences. Authorities keeping a close eye tonight on this Minnesota dam that is facing an imminent failure. In South Dakota, entire neighborhoods have been destroyed. And for about 60 million Americans, a significant heat wave continues. The good news, it will likely peak in the next few days, but the National Weather Service warns that heat persisting over multiple days does exacerbate heat stress. Tonight, severe thunderstorms are threatening an already struggling Midwest, and that's where we find CBS's Tom Hansen.
The raging floodwaters swallowed land and trees and partially breached the Rapidan Dam. Officials here are monitoring the 114-year-old dam around the clock as rushing water continues to erode the soil. Tens of thousands of residents who live in the surrounding watershed are also keeping a close eye on the situation. The Barnes family has been here for more than 50 years.
We never ever thought in a million years this would ever happen. And
in a million? That's too confident. Not gonna lie. It's too confident. But yeah, the National Guard has been called in. We need to watch this one again. But let's just go straight to this one. because this woman's house, the one that was right next to the river, collapsed.
Severe flooding is affecting millions of people in the Midwest. On Tuesday, President Biden approved a major disaster declaration for Iowa, where evacuations were ordered following heavy rainfall. At least one person was killed in South Dakota. And in Minnesota, the National Guard has been activated to help against rising floodwaters. CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen has more from Mankato, Minnesota.
Hey there, Jeff. Well, as you can see behind me, a crowd has begun to gather to catch a glimpse of the situation here. And honestly, the pictures speak for themselves. This is the Rapidan Dam, and you can see those powerful rapids have carved a path around the western part of the dam, essentially taking part of the roadway and part of the ground underneath that house over there with it into the water. Now, the real problem here is the debris that you see closer to where we're standing. That debris is blocking the water from passing through this more than 100-year-old dam the way that it should. Now, there have been numerous concerns about this dam. A recent study in 2021 said that the dam was in disrepair, offered some recommendations which included tearing.
Wow, there's quite a crowd outside of this. There's like 50 people over here or something like that, maybe a few less, but count people on the bridge.
Dam down. Officials that have spoken to CBS News say that they are not concerned that the dam will give way fully, but certainly the community here is on pins and needles. You know, this dam is one of more than 8,000 dams around the country that are viewed to be in poor condition. That's from a CBS News data analysis. That leaves millions of people vulnerable.
I just realized this isn't actually the video. I'm one video behind where I am at, is what I'm saying. This is what's throwing me off right now. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. I'm on the wrong screen. Son of a... Did nobody see any of that? Did no one see any of that? God dang it. Anyway, as you can see here, the entire house is collapsing into the river.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Wow, the whole fucking thing except for the garage or whatever that is back there. The bonus room. Holy shit. I did not expect it to be that complete when it went into the river. I thought pieces were going to come down. Nope. The whole thing all at once. Holy shit. That whole fucking tree just went. That thing was massive. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Wow. Fact is, I didn't even see that. I just listened to it earlier. Like, I heard everyone's reactions to it. I was like, okay, this is going to be wild when we see it. That's what I usually do. I feel like I never know what we're going to see, and I just know what we're going to hear. Okay, let's go on. Let's just quickly look at this most recent story discussing the effects of all this flooding from the AP before we go on to other discussions around the world and here in the United States. This is in Monona County, Iowa. I think this is a different place, isn't it? Just switched. Okay, now on to this. This is from a couple of days ago, where storm chasers captured a tornado going 300... No, sorry, it wasn't going 300 miles an hour. It had 300 mile an hour winds in the funnel. But it was moving at 55 miles an hour. I think it was something, at least something like that. Either way, let's go to this. This is insane. Because it was also on the ground, I believe, for like an entire mile.
Tonight, as America's onslaught of severe weather rages on,
Tornado on the ground.
a fearless team of storm-chasing scientists is shedding new light on the power of last month's deadly EF4 twister that leveled parts of Greenfield, Iowa.
Holy shit.
Wind speeds in this tornado topped 300 miles per hour.
Yeah, so with our radar, we calculated wind speeds of over 300 miles per hour, which is very fast and very strong wind speeds.
300 miles per hour. Only the third tornado ever recorded with winds that strong. And it moved, they say, at up to 55 miles per hour.
So this thing's going as fast as a car on the highway in your direction, or whatever direction it's going. Could be you. And with the third highest ever recorded, or was it the high, whatever they said was like number 3 highest winds ever recorded in a fucking hurricane. This shit is just
Twice a twister's typical speed.
It's very rare. 1%, 2% of tornadoes.
The jaw-dropping data courtesy of...
Yeah, and the fact it's an EF5, right? Yeah, absolutely, Disco. Here's the thing that's completely wild about this: tornado season ended 3 weeks ago. More than that, almost 4 weeks ago. It was like literally at the beginning of June is when it ended. Right? I mean, not that tornadoes can't happen outside of tornado season, but for an EF5 to be happening a month after the supposed end of tornado season is very strange.
9 scientists from the university.
Because usually these storms that are that strong are only seen in the last like 10 days of tornado season, then it sort of tapers off.
Of Illinois, who raced to place their state-of-the-art Doppler on wheels trucks and sensor-equipped pods in the tornado's path, a feat typically reserved for Hollywood. No! But this devastation was all too real.
I've never seen a tornado like that.
On the ground for more than a mile, officials said the tornado destroyed more than 150 homes and left 4 people dead. The scientists' mission to better understand how twisters move and form and develop warnings with detail on strength and timing, like
4 people dead from this one tornado.
Those for hurricanes.
There might be more tailored ways to safety. Either take
even if that number doesn't shock you, I would point out that the number of people that are actually affected by this, that are left, I don't know, homeless, literally, overnight, is probably drastically higher. There's a Twister sequel coming out. Yeah, they know, the media knows their timing. The movie industry gets it. They know when to put out a movie and when not to. I hope it'll be good. I don't know if everybody saw that movie Civil War, but I was really disappointed by it. Even though once they were on the pulse in terms of knowing where I think a lot of people's heads are at, and I was hoping that it would actually have some substance to it. It kind of sucked. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm trying to not spoiler anything, but I cannot recommend that movie, unfortunately. I was really hoping they would, like, I don't know, pose and answer a question or have a plot. I'm done. I'm done talking. Okay, let's go on to this. We actually talked a little bit about this I figured we should talk about this again, as this is very important. We've been talking about the loss of arable, farmable land, recent streams, and this is one of the main reasons. This is from PBS NewsHour from a couple of days ago, where the depletion of major groundwater is threatening the Great Plains.
In the heart of the country, Great Plains farmers and ranchers produce a quarter of all U.S. crops and 40% of our beef. But they rely on a resource that has been slowly drying up: water. Stephanie Sy reports from Kansas for our ongoing series on climate change and water, Tipping Point.
So this is a small glimpse of what the Dust Bowl type situation was.
Brant Peterson farms grain in dry southwestern Kansas, where erratic winds can whip dust into the sky at a moment's notice. It's difficult land to farm, but Peterson is committed.
My wife and I are both fifth-generation farmers, raising the sixth generation. We've been through a lot of droughts. I won't say that it's any worse than anybody else had, but I just do know that what I've had to do with has been tough.
Farms like Peterson's are a vital part of the global food system. Much of the grain he grows heads to the massive cattle feedlots that surround him in western Kansas.
Now, the fact is, we need to cut down on these massive cattle feedlots, okay? I think most of us know that cattle happen to be one of the main sources of methane that is actually talked about almost not at all, because it's a humongous industry, and most people that talk about climate change just avoid it because it's kind of unpopular or whatever else, but it is genuinely a problem. Now, we've actually talked about a couple of solutions, like introducing red algae into their diets, which in some cases cut down 90% of the methane emissions from cattle, which come in the forms of burps and farts. If you didn't know, if you hadn't figured that one out, we know, but people that like beef don't give a... Yeah, that's... I mean, the fact is I like beef, but I very, very rarely eat it unless it's just presented to me, like, already. It's like somebody's already bought it and has cooked it. Like, okay, that's where we're at. But, you know, I actively don't buy pretty much any meat at all in my life. Though I still drink milk, which I suppose is still contributing in some fashion. Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Just trying to find a spot. Yeah.
There's resource.
Without groundwater, we would really cease to exist.
Nearly all the groundwater in western Kansas is tapped from the Ogallala Aquifer.
It is Kansas, I was right.
A massive reservoir that runs under parts of 8 states, from South Dakota to Texas.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that for me, that's as close to vindication as I get most days. I was like, is that Nebraska and Kansas? I was fucking right. Yes. Someone write that down.
The darker color on this map shows parts of the aquifer, especially in Texas, Oklahoma, and western Kansas, are in deep decline. That's a problem because the economy here relies on water-intensive crops, namely corn.
We don't have the streams. It's raining right now a little bit, and that's kind of a little bit unusual. But what we do have is the Ogallala Aquifer underneath our feet.
Brownie Wilson of the Kansas Geological Survey regularly measures the water.
Now, here's the thing. Wait, hold on. Go back. This aquifer that they're talking about feeds millions, well, gives water to millions and millions of people, and it's all one big aquifer. It's all connected to some degree, right? And if you're pulling from the very lowest source in it, you're going to affect tons of other people, right? If it gets depleted. And it's already, as you can see here, according to this map, declining in many places, right? And it goes up further. It goes into both the Dakotas, I think, or at least one of them. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because we already looked at it earlier, but I just wanted to remind us of this huge problem which is contributing to the loss of farmable land, is the overuse of it for capitalism and not just to feed people the adequate amount of food. No, we have to always do the capitalism thing, don't we? God. Yeah, and we just need to be stewarding these resources much better than we are. We already have enough problems. Okay, what next? Yeah, I'm not here to shame anyone for eating beef, honestly. Like, it's just not my... You know, that's not what I'm here to say. I'm just saying, like, that we do genuinely need to do something about the amount of beef that we're consuming. I like I said, I enjoy it, and I don't blame other people for enjoying it, because it's in my mind, it's tasty. But we have to do everything we can to cut down the negative effects from these sorts of things, and we genuinely need to do these things as fast as possible, right? Goat milk is delicious. I agree. I've had some goat milk before. I don't have easy access to goat milk, especially being on a space station. But I feel you. I feel you on that. Let's look at this. This is a video from Illinois where a sinkhole opened up in the middle of I think is a high school soccer field.
Slow, 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 and then boom.
Wow.
Holy shit.
God. Man, it shot up real.
Wow. Wow.
Slow, 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 and then boom.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Man.
I wonder how deep that thing went. Because that pole just disappeared. Just fully disappeared. That was wild.
Slow, 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 and then boom.
Wow.
Just disappears into the hole. That is fucking disturbing. That must have been a 30-foot deep hole, at least.
Slow, and then boom.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Seriously. Okay. Bye-bye, floodlights. Just wild. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that that's climate change related, but it's environment. It's our environment that we live in. Holy cow. Alright, now let's go on to this one. This is from NBC News from a day ago. This is a positive story. Dominion Energy's new ship may hold the key to U.S. offshore wind energy. Oh my God.
Break time in Brownsville, Texas, where 1,000 workers are sweating away to build the future of American green energy. It's a $625 million project, a first-of-its-kind mega ship that will carry and then construct huge wind turbines off of the coast of Virginia. Mark Mitchell with Virginia power company Dominion Energy took us for an exclusive tour.
Let's go take a look.
Let's go check it out.
All right.
At over 30,000 tons and 58,000
That
feet
thing
of
is
deck
fucking
space,
huge.
it's basically a floating city.
Yeah.
Any recreation on board? Is
Yes,
it like a gym?
it is a gym on board, along with other entertainment, movie, and things like that.
The deck is the size of almost 2 football fields. It can hold accommodations for up to 119 people, and it's named the Charybdis after the ancient Greek sea monster. Its gargantuan scale will allow it to carry the massive turbine blades that will top offshore windmills.
There'll be 12 blades. Those blades are like 357 foot long. They weigh 60 tons each in round numbers. So you have 12 of those hanging off the back.
This boat can turn into a stationary platform, jacking up off the ocean floor with massive legs on each corner. How many stories is this? It looks like it could be maybe 10 to 15.
This is insane fucking engineering. Like this is like, I wish that I understood everything about this, because this thing is just so cool. Unfortunately, they don't explain it quite fully in this, but it's insane.
Now, I would say,
like the fact that they can just take the ship to where the most wind is and just set up immediately, that's wild.
35 stories.
Wow. Once propped up, the boat will use a big crane, kind of like a claw machine game, to construct the windmills.
This is American-built, American-owned.
Made in America, not just a badge of pride, but a way to solve a major problem. The U.S. doesn't have its own ship to assemble offshore wind.
Oh, that's what I was going to say earlier that I totally forgot about. Jerry, did you name 2 squirrels in your backyard Cricket and Hunter? And am I wrong in assuming that they're being named after Kristi Noem's dog and Hunter Biden? Because that's fucking hilarious if that's the case.
Due to an over 100-year-old law known as the Jones Act, only American ships are permitted to transport cargo from one U.S. point to another. The Charybdis, now the first capable of doing so.
So we can come in, pick up turbines
That's correct. R.I.P. Cricket. R.I.P.
offshore, take them out, and install them directly.
When the Charybdis is done next year, it will sail to a site 24 miles from Virginia Beach. The Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project will deliver 2,600 megawatts of energy, capable of powering over 900...
At least the spirit of cricket lives on in this. Chipmunk, is it? A squirrel? Chipmunk? Squirrel. Sorry, I see.
...in homes.
It's a very exciting development. That vessel is going to be heavily used and booked for years on end.
By 2030, President Biden wants to install 30,000 megawatts of capacity. As of last year, the U.S. had installed less than 1%.
Yeah, not great. Less than 1% of our 2030 goal as of last year. Not great. That leaves us to do, let's see. And it's mid-2024 right now, so it means we got like 5.5, 6.5? No, 5.5 years. Wait. Yeah, I think it's 6.5 years. So by that rate, we need to do 99% of it over 6.5 years. What is that? Well, I gotta stop trying to do math in my head. It's like 11%, right? A year? No, it's more than that because it's over. You gotta do. Oh god, my brain just broke. Like 7? Is it? Oh, my brain is so broken. Oh god, we have to do like 20 times what we already have per year. Not quite, like 15 times what we have per year to achieve our supposed 2030 goal. It's not great, but hopefully this will help.
We're going to need somewhere on the order of 5 of these installation vessels in just a few years to build out our own offshore wind capacity.
A number of scheduled offshore wind projects, like 2 in New Jersey, have been canceled amid supply chain issues and higher interest rates.
The cost of construction.
Because of interest rates. Oh, great. So, God, I love how we allow capitalism to get in the way of everything we need for the actual future, not just the future of the wealthy who own these companies' wallets and whatever else, or excuses that we get from Congress about funding things. Like, come the fuck on. Oh, that's the story I skipped. I missed. Do we even have time to... where is it? Hold on. I don't even... now we're going to have to do this some other time because I have no idea where this is. I have a fucking screenshot that I uploaded to my computer. Idiot. Whatever. Moving on. Let's go to Brazil, where many of you are probably aware of at least the existence of these fires. They are still going on. That is the fires that have been happening in Brazil's Pantanal wetlands, the largest wetlands in the entire world. Still on fire. Have been on fire now for what I think is at least 2 weeks, maybe longer. And they are doing everything they can to stop it. In this pasture area, there's a lot of combustible material, so when the wind starts to accelerate, it increases the reignition quite a lot. Then we go back and do the rescaldo, dropping water in the ash and trying to fight it again. That's one of the more frustrating stories, I feel like, because fact is we need Brazil to just not be on fire. Because Brazil is one of the biggest carbon sinks in the world. Due to its, you know, and just incredibly large forests, like the Amazon. Okay, let's fucking go to Europe real quick. This is a story that shouldn't exist, but does. This is from BBC News, discussing Spain's fear of an energy industry crisis. I wonder what's causing it.
Now to Spain, which has become one of Europe's prime renewable energy hotspots, with a sharp increase in the installation of solar and wind generators over the last few years. However, despite the successful move towards green energy sources, electricity consumption has been dropping, which has triggered concern this could lead to a crisis in the industry. Guy Hedgecoe has more from Spain.
On the sun-soaked plains of central Spain, solar farms are a common sight. A boom in renewable energy over the last half-decade has made the country one of Europe's top generators of green electricity. Renewable sources represented half of the country's total electricity generation last year. Spain aims to ensure they cover more than 80% of its electricity needs by 2030.
This boom started practically in parallel with the change of government. The Socialist Party, from the first moment, gave this confidence to the market. At the same time, they introduced ambitious targets for 2030.
The Spanish economy is growing faster than those of Europe's other main players. That should mean an increase in electricity demand. And yet, consumption of electricity in Spain last year was at its lowest since 2000.
Okay, so here's what's happening. If you're not getting what's happening, I'm just going to pause it and just make it even more clear. Okay? Spain is doing a fantastic job of making their energy grid run on renewables. Just phenomenally well. Over half of their energy is coming from renewables. It's incredible. It's fantastic. People are also reducing their energy uses because they care about the environment. Okay, guess what the problem here is that they are talking about, that they're complaining about, is that the drop in demand is somehow going to lower prices for energy, which is, I mean, wow. I mean, nobody complains about that aside from the energy companies, right? And then they're complaining that it will make the industry lose money on making panels because they won't be able to charge as much for electricity because the demand isn't high enough. It's wild. It is wild.
Follow the rich white man.
Very frustrating, but also good, right? Like, half of that story is, like, super great to hear, and then you just hear a bunch of capitalist complaints, like, peppered in, and it's just like, just shut up. We've heard enough from you, sir. Let's move on. Okay, let's go to Africa, where in South Sudan, they say their 6 million antelope population makes up the world's largest land mammal migration. Just figured we'd talk about something beautiful as it comes to the earth. Damn.
South Sudan
that is
is
a lot of
the
antelopes.
largest large mammal migration in the world at this stage. We estimate about 6 million in total. Over 4 million white-eared cob, a large number of tiang, mangala gazelle and boho reedbuck. This is a large migration which needs to be protected, which African Parks has been mandated to do. Hopefully over the course of the next few years we will put in a lot of effort and manage to conserve this unique migration.
It is just unbelievable how many antelope there are. We kill the animals because the crops have failed. We don't kill them when the harvest is good. We only kill them when the crops fail. Oh, God. And yeah, we've been talking about Sudan and their crisis, which is partly inflicted by the environment, partly inflicted by people. But the environment itself in Sudan right now, they've been having a serious drought, which has caused crop outputs to be much, much lower than usual. In the midst of all of the fighting that's going on, they have this going on too, and it's just not great. We kill the small ones when the crops fail. What can I say? The country is in a crisis. Before everyone had their own survival, now life's very difficult. Before I used to sell bushmats for threatened by the wildlife not to sell bush meat. There's nothing to feed my children. How can I feed the orphans? These are children we're taking care of. If we don't sell bushmeat, how can we take care of the kids? I mean, if you got that big of a population, you should at least let people use them to some degree. And I know that the Sudanese government does have some sort of it's like an agreement. I can't remember with what organization, but to like preserve the wildlife there. But the fact is, the people there are fucking starving. Oh God. And honestly, you know, it's one of those things. I didn't even know this part of it, right? This is one of those things where I was listening. I don't speak Sudanese, so I didn't actually know what she said about it. I assumed they were just talking about the antelopes and the massive population of them. did not know that they also were talking about it in concert with what's happening in Sudan. I'm actually glad they did, because, you know, I actually don't have another story about Sudan today, and it's still an ongoing situation. Nothing has changed there since we last talked about it, aside from, what was it, last time we talked about it, the UN peacekeepers went there to observe the atrocities that are occurring. Alright, let's go on to this. This is from CBS News 2 hours ago. According to them, China is outpacing the United States in nuclear power development, according to a report.
China is outpacing the United States by at least a decade in developing nuclear power. That's according to a new report by the nonprofit Information Technology and Innovation Foundation. While the U.S. still has almost 40 more fully operational nuclear plants than any other nation, it has no new ones under construction. The report says China's ongoing and planned projects puts them 10 to 15 years ahead of the U.S. U.S. lawmakers are trying to fix what they see as a problem. Last week, Democrats and Republicans came together in a rare bipartisan vote to pass the ADVANCE Act. One signed by President Biden, it'll make it cheaper and quicker to build new nuclear reactors in the U.S. Hank Jenkins Smith joins us now. He's a public policy professor and director of the University of Oklahoma's Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Professor, thanks for joining us. How did we get in this position, just to start here, so far behind China?
Well, it's a complicated issue. There are three factors that seem to drive this. The first is, in the United States, public perception has been unfriendly to nuclear energy over the last few decades due to events like 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, the Fukushima accident in Japan. There's a perception that nuclear energy is terribly unsafe. That sentiment influences political decisions, making it harder to gain support for new nuclear projects. In China, the government has a great deal of control over what influences government policymaking, and so there's less pushback from public concerns. The second is the economic challenge. Nuclear energy is extremely capital intensive. That means that the costs get borne up front in the design and implementation of the plants. That means in the United States that there's a lot of expense that gets pushed onto ratepayers early in the development of nuclear energy. That makes it.
And this is a problem that we're seeing in multiple places when we're talking about trying to transition from fossil fuels. We just got done talking about Spain with regards to their issues with having too much power from renewables, as if that's somehow an issue outside of just a purely capitalist greed-based system that we're living in. You know, that should be a good thing, just unquestionably, and yet they're trying to frame it as bad. You know, and you know, in the United States and in other countries, you know, putting in the capital expenditures for these things costs money up front, and like you were saying, for nuclear, it's even more intensive. And so, you know, this is why we can't just leave it up to corporations to solve our environmental catastrophe, which is unfolding. We need we need to remove the capitalist incentive from the things that are creating the most harm. Somehow, I struggle to know exactly how. I mean, I personally have my own ideas in terms of just creating a government agency that literally makes these things for us somehow, to also nationalize companies that are already in the energy industry so as to remove the profit incentive and to only focus on what's best for society. Things like that I feel like are probably a good start. Okay, we got one last piece to look at before we end our environmental coverage for the day and go to our space intermission. Let's look at this from Al Jazeera English from a couple of days ago, where According to them, in Asia right now, hot summers and droughts are reducing harvests in the area, the continent.
Coffee farmers in Vietnam are working hard to make up for months of disappointing harvests. The country has seen very little rain in the last few months, with extreme heat gripping much of Southeast Asia.
The drought dried up this whole area and the surrounding areas, and the water shortage is so severe that compared to last year, the harvested coffee cherries is very low. We lost a lot of the output. It was very small, very low this year.
Farmers are bearing the brunt of the drought, which is now sweeping north. In central China's Henan province, these rice fields are parched because the reservoir that supplies water for irrigation is drying up.
Technology and artificial rain may help, but if it doesn't rain in the next few days, we might not harvest anything at all.
The situation is very different in other parts of China, however,
no
where
kidding.
floods have inundated villages.
We've been
and
talking
dozens
about
of
these.
people have died.
Oh my God.
Scientists say global warming is contributing to the extreme weather, all of it destructive to agriculture.
Where you've got drought in one place, floods in another, you can't rely on having a poor harvest here and then importing from somewhere else. We're seeing these converging events which will continue, unfortunately, to push up prices.
Higher prices.
Okay. That is going to be it for the environmental portion of the show. But yeah, the floods in China and the droughts are not helping, and those droughts extend to a bunch of areas. There's been a lot of discussion of eating bugs in chat. I don't know how it started. Oh, actually, I think I know when it started. But it's been going on for like an hour. Okay, yeah, break time. Whoopsies, wrong place. Hey, well, hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, make sure to like and also subscribe. They both really help out. The like helps with the algorithm, and the subscribe helps us get to 500, which we really need, because this YouTube channel is still somehow unmonetized. After 4 fucking months. Fuck you, YouTube. Cut that. Nobody heard that. Okay, now. Other things. Yes, if you'd like to support the channel outside of the Twitch, you have the the Patreon, where you can become a Galactic producer. You can help make this show happen, as well as get access to sweet galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. For just a few US dollars a month, how could it possibly not be in the cards? Either way, if you don't have the money for it, I don't blame you. Times is tough out there. Either way, space fans, we got a galactic intermission coming your way, so grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. By the way, check it out. I have updated Space Lake a little bit. More fun, more stuff happening here. As you can see, I've decided to bring over my beautiful Galactic yacht to the lake here at Space Lake. We also got people now chilling on the island. Of course, I've still got my super sweet inflatable donut to just allow myself to float in this lake. So yeah, these are some of the updates I've been trying to bring your way in my spare time. Also, we keep getting more and more patrons, and as a result, more and more patron gifts and pics added to these beautiful scenes. By the way, if you have recently subscribed to Patreon, remember to check your Patreon messages, as I cannot add your name or any pictures for you if you haven't yet responded to my questionnaire. You're a patron? If you're a patron, check your Patreon email, because I've been probably trying to talk to you. By the way, if you can't see him, one of our newest additions is Philip J. Fry on a Scooty Puff Jr. I decided to put him up in by the moon because then he kind of looks like E.T. He's here, and I also, just because I love Philip J. Fry so goddamn much, I also put him here, but super tiny. It's our little secret. Oh shit. I'm moving slow today. I'm moving slow. Okay, now. Fry looks amazing. I know Fry. I love Fry. I know I'm tooting my own scoot right now, but god damn, does that look good. You're very welcome, Moano. Of course. That is, of course, your addition to this beautiful thing we call the Galactic Stream. What is Fry? Really, PB? You've never seen Futurama? You've never seen Futurama? Oh god, you have to watch Futurama. At some point. Try to watch Futurama. Okay, what am I doing next? Ah yes, global news time. But first, as always, we are going to start with space news. This is from Euronews from 12 hours ago. Europe seeks solutions to remedy of increasing space debris.
More and more satellites are being sent to space. Most of them move in what is known as low Earth orbit, about 1,000 kilometers from Earth. Yet, the increase of satellites has expanded demands to maintain a sustainable and clean space and to avoid coalitions. This was one of the topics of discussion at the European Space Forum in Brussels. Some companies have already started some projects to bring internet to remote places.
What are the questionnaires of which I speak on Patreon website? It's literally just the message I sent. I'm trying to be fancy, but it's not really fancy. I think there's actually a way to set it up so that you do auto-send a questionnaire, but I just haven't figured out how to do that yet amongst everything else I've been trying to figure out. But I think I sent you one when you first became a Patreon member. And it just tells people what their Patreon benefits are, and it asks what name they want to use and to send a picture or a GIF or at least a request of such, as that is, at least two of the benefits that even the most basic Patreon supporters get. And I don't want to put anybody's Patreon names out there without their consent, so I always wait until people tell me that they want their name on there and what they want. Because maybe some people want to be anonymous, and that's fine too.
They're adapting the satellites.
All of our satellites will have active propulsion systems, which means that we can maneuver them to avoid any collision. We will also have a specific type of shielding, so that whenever we have a collision with a small debris, elements of the satellites are protected.
According to ESA data, there are about 12,500 satellites in Earth orbit.
Yeah.
And the number keeps growing.
It's a lot.
The space race is growing and growing. Now, for example, we have from the US, we have constellations are launched into space. And space becomes more and more also a business. So it's interesting for private firms to launch satellites into space.
I love the way she says launch. Launch. We are launching them, of course. But seriously, space is becoming a fucking business, and we gotta stop letting the people who are already overlords on Earth to be overlords in space. Seriously. Bezos. Elon, Branson, all these idiots. Salt is the salt of the earth. So true. So true. So wise and also true. Schmegle. Okay. Gary, save us. Yes, please save us, Gary. If you would. You got the time. You got a lot on your plate. Alright, now let's start our global coverage in South America. As an apparent coup attempt happened earlier today in Bolivia, I figured we would kind of try and update ourselves on what the fuck is happening here.
Gracias, compañeros. En este momento nos encontramos donde se están manifestando en la tanqueta, ¿no?
God damn. That was a military truck knocking over a fucking gate. Holy shit. This is a legit coup. I believe that's the president that he's talking to in the middle there, with the blue jacket on. This shit is wild. Now, according to my sources, it would appear that the military coup, in fact, failed. But it was certainly a very serious attempt when you have armed military, like dozens. I couldn't quite count all of them, but there was definitely like dozens of them there, and a literal like tank knocking over a gate. I would say that's probably that definitely counts as a legitimate coup attempt. However, the attempt did fail, it would seem. And, yeah, let's look at that.
Armored vehicles and soldiers have withdrawn from outside Bolivia's presidential palace following what appears to be a failed coup attempt Wednesday. Earlier, vehicles could be seen slamming into the presidential palace's gates. The country's general commander of the army appeared to lead the attempted coup in an attempt to, quote, restore democracy. There have been serious tensions in Bolivia's ruling Socialist Party ahead of elections in 2025 involving the current president and his former ally. The president called on
a classical coup. Yeah. Well played.
To organize against this recent uprising and urge those rebelling to stand down. Eduardo Gamarra joins us now. He's a professor of politics and international relations at Florida International University. He also directed the university's Latin American and Caribbean Center. Thanks for joining us. Let me ask this to start. How many warning signs were there about a potential coup?
There were many. In fact, Bolivia has been undergoing a very severe crisis, a very severe political crisis, largely between the current president and the former president, Evo Morales, all with respect to the elections next year. Both are men who are interested in getting reelected. Evo coming back after 5 years out of power. So that's the underlying tension. And much of what's going on with the military, the main thing right now that people are saying is that this was a self-coup, that this is a coup that was largely orchestrated by the sitting president as a way to regain strength and to position himself well for next year's election. So the warning signs have been there. And one more interesting thing over the last week is that the U.S. Embassy was, we don't have an ambassador there, but the charge d'affaires, somebody dubbed her voice on AI, and she was accused of plotting a coup. And so she was called into the foreign minister's office, and of course the U.S. reiterated its.
So I'm a little confused by what is by the entire aspect, by every aspect of this. I don't quite have it all locked in, if you will. But the current president, who we did see in the video earlier, who was talking directly to the military that stormed the presidential palace, is named Louis Arce, I think is how you say it. Of course, the former president of Bolivia is Evo Morales. Of course, and Bolivia used to be under Spanish rule, but that was like in the 1800s. Eventually, they did gain independence, I think like 150 years ago or something like that. But have been plagued by, wars between them and their neighbors. I think it's like Ecuador and what's the other one? There's a few, obviously. They're surrounded by a number of different countries. But basically, this seems, the way that they're explaining this, at least from what I understand, sounds like it's almost a political stunt being done by the president in power right now. It's not quite clear to me. Yeah, I wish I had better explanation than that. But I'm pretty sure we will have more to talk about with this soon, so just keep that on your radar, if you will. We'll probably discuss it later this week. Gotta keep moving here. Let's go to I guess this is a combination of, which is why we're gonna really do this now. But this is like European, American, and Australian news all at once. You're probably aware of this. We talked about it on Monday, but Julian Assange accepted a plea deal with the United States government. And to discuss that further, we're going to watch a couple pieces from two different Democracy Now! Pieces back to back here, where they interviewed a number of people and discussed this quasi, I guess, historical event.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Julian Assange is free. That's what his wife tweeted after he left the Belmarsh prison in London Monday, having reached a plea deal with U.S. prosecutors that allow him to soon head home to Australia, ending a more than decade-long legal ordeal. Julian is now flying to the U.S. territory island of Saipan in the North Marianas, where he will appear before a U.S. district judge. He will plead guilty to one felony. He faced 175 years in a United States prison. As we continue our coverage, we're joined in Sydney, Australia, by Anthony Lowenstein, independent journalist, longtime supporter of WikiLeaks. And we're joined in Washington, D.C. by Trevor Timm, executive director of the Freedom of the Press Foundation, a group that's long advocated for Julian's release. We welcome you both back to Democracy Now! We have spoken to you both about the issue of Julian for many years. Trevor, if you can talk about the significance of this moment, the fact that, I mean, in the last week, it looks like this deal was negotiated.
You'd be so nervous that they were still going to mysteriously make your plane crash or something over the ocean. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Julian Assange, I think we can clearly say that his mental health has been on the fritz for ever since this all started, right? Ever since they decided to try and prosecute him for this. And I feel like he kept it together for a while, but eventually you could see the effects quite clearly. He just, did not look good for, like, I don't know how long, 8, 9, I keep trying to, I mean, it was going on for like, but he didn't really lose it for a while. But it's good to see him shaved and smiling in some photos. It's been too long for this to be resolved. But what was I going to say? Oh, is this in relation to your comment about him mysteriously? Yeah, that honestly is probably not that unlikely that the government is at least talking about it, considering it. Like, what would be the ramifications of it? Would people blame us? Blah, blah, blah. I'm sure they're playing out the GTO on this, on the potential of something like that.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Amy. I think the first word that comes to mind is relief. This case was a ticking time bomb for press freedom rights in the United States. The case wasn't getting a ton of coverage in the mainstream media, so I think there was a misconception that Julian Assange, because he was charged under the Espionage Act, was charged with spying. But what the Espionage Act essentially says is that you can't receive and obtain and publish government secrets. And of course, that's what journalists do in this country all the time when they're covering national security, whenever they're covering policy. And so thankfully, we've avoided the worst case scenario, which would have been a court precedent and a conviction in court, which then would have bound other judges potentially in future cases against other journalists.
Exactly. Right. If he had been extradited from the UK to the United States and had to actually stand trial for all this, it would have created legal precedent, which would have affected who knows exactly how many journalists in the United States and otherwise other places. It's hard to even nail that number down, but it would be a lot. and also future journalists. It would be a potentially, and I think that even the omen of this case has in fact done what I'm about to say. But like, you know, if that had actually come to pass, it would have, you know, put a great deal of pressure on people. It would have made people second guess taking, even just accepting the classified information, right? And the fact is that's probably already happened. That effect that I just described has probably already happened in many different newsrooms where people are like, you know what, we just can't touch that because Julian Assange, because Edward Snowden, right? Like, because of those two big cases. And I think that's been part of it, right? It's been a deterrent from people publishing the dirty laundry of the United States, right? And it's not a good look for a supposedly free democratic society that likes the rule of law. Hold on, we can't watch both of these in their entirety. But definitely want to catch multiple pieces of this, both of these.
To prosecute Julian Assange for the exact reason that we're talking about now. Eric Holder in the Attorney General's office during the Obama administration, you know, was reported to talk about the fact that there was this quote-unquote New York Times problem, that it would be impossible to prosecute Julian Assange without then affecting newspapers like the New York Times and Washington Post, who of course also have reporters who talk to sources within the government, who ask them for documents, who receive documents, and then publish documents that the government considers classified. So the Obama administration actually rejected this case despite not liking Julian Assange at all. The Trump administration revived it. And unfortunately, the Biden administration has continued it on for 3 years.
Oh, my God. Seriously.
And, you know, again, thankfully...
It's another one of those examples of the Biden administration continuing a Trump policy that just makes me shake my head and think, what are we doing? Why? Why is this the case?
Julian Assange is finally going free today. But the press freedom implications, I think, remain to be seen.
Wait, is that an actual Eric Holder quote, or did he make that up? Because that's that's fucking hilarious. You know, I don't even care. I don't even care one way or the other. When they go low, we kick them. It sounds like Eric Holder.
I wanted to bring Anthony Lowenstein into this conversation, independent journalist based in Sydney. It's where Julian Assange is expected to fly into to meet with his family on the tarmac. His wife Stella talked about she has not known him since she met him when he was under house arrest. You know, Democracy Now! Also has interviewed him over the years, from when he wore an ankle bracelet to when he got political asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy. If you can talk about being an Australian and from Australia, your Prime Minister and the Parliament of Australia coming behind Julian Assange and then weighing in with President Biden each time he met with him, Anthony, and what Julian Assange means in Australia.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Amy and Juan. Look, the release of Julian is a big story here for obvious reasons. I think a lot of Australians for years have felt incredibly angry with the fact that an Australian citizen, Julian Assange, is being prosecuted in the US under the Espionage Act. He's not...
By the way, did you see the name of the book that this guy wrote? Wait, where was it? Was it here? The Palestine Laboratory. That title makes me want to read that book.
Have felt incredibly angry with the fact that an Australian citizen, Julian Assange, is being prosecuted in the US under the Espionage Act. He's not an American citizen. He's barely spent any time in America.
Seriously.
And I think it goes to the heart of how many Australians feel about the relationship between the US and Australia. Often Australians feel like we're, and I agree with this, a client state of the US. This is because of joining every single war in the Middle East, wars in Vietnam. We have a massive US intelligence base, Pine Gap, in the centre of Australia. Australia really is not an independent nation. And the idea of the US prosecuting Julian for journalism, which was, as Trevor rightly says, what so many decent journalists do every day, speaking to sources inside government and elsewhere, was an outrage. And I think for many years, a lot of Australians, the majority, in fact, of Australians wanted him to come home. I'm obviously glad that the current government has done that, mostly behind the scenes. I mean, for many, many years, the former government, much more conservative one, had no interest in trying to get Julian Assange home. And
yeah. Yeah. Shocking that Australians are happy that one of their citizens isn't being prosecuted under a foreign law pertaining specifically, it was intended to pertain specifically to people who worked for the government, but it was bastardized multiple times, if I'm not mistaken. And honestly, the first one even, I think the actual intent of the original law is fucked anyway, so even if it, you know what I mean, like bastard, who cares if you bastardize a law that's kind of garbage anyway. He's Australian, the math ain't mathin', yeah. Same kind of fuckery in the UK. Yeah, well, the UK was holding on to him for how many years? And, like, debating whether or not to allow the United States to have him. I'm trying to remember how long that went on for, but it was a while. It's quite a while. Okay, let's go on to the second piece where they had a third person on to talk. We're just moving so slow. I wish we could watch a little bit more of this, but of course you can always go to Democracy Now! Yourself and check this stuff out.
I'd like to bring in Jamil Jaffer into the conversation, director of the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University. Jamil, your reaction to the latest news and Julian Assange's freedom, and specifically, if you could talk about the impact of the High Court decision in the UK on May 20th that probably pressured as well the U.S. government to reach a deal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what ultimately persuaded the U.S. government to make this deal. I do think it's a great thing for press freedom that we have avoided a judicial ruling from an American court on the scope of the Espionage Act and the scope of the First Amendment, because from the beginning there has been this real concern among press freedom advocates about the possible implications of this case for journalism. The indictment charges the indictment that included multiple counts under the Espionage Act charges Julian Assange with having solicited government secrets and having published government secrets. Those are things that journalists do all the time, that news organizations need to do if they are going to play the...
Seriously, someone would say that's the point of journalism. If you were to be, nitpicking about it, right? The founders, right, if you will, were, I believe, pretty adamant about this because they believed that the free press was a building block, a keystone, even of a functioning democracy.
That we want them to play in our democracies. And so, the concern was always that if this case went to an American court would rule or might rule that the Espionage Act made that kind of activity illegal and that the First Amendment didn't protect that kind of activity. And that would have had, obviously, catastrophic implications for Julian Assange, but it would have also had catastrophic implications for press freedom more broadly. So we have avoided that possibility, and that is something worth celebrating. I guess...
Yeah, it is. And, fact is, how do we even know what to protest if we don't have clear understanding of what our government's doing? How do we have the ability to vote for our own interest if we don't know what the government is doing. Once again, I mean, I could go down the list on some things relating to our civic structure that if we don't have the facts, then we wind up doing the wrong shit. You think we inherited our suckiness from the UK and France? Yeah. Yeah, we are just a former... Whoopsies, that's not what I meant to click. We are just a former colony, after all, that decided we're too cool to be a colony. Oh, God. Yep, too cool to be a colony, because we want to do our own form of colonialism. Thank you very much. Signed, the United States. XOXO. Alright, let's go on to this from a day ago, discussing the French elections. This is Al Jazeera. According to them, Gaza looms over the showdown between left and right.
Every week since early October, somewhere in France, there are protests against the war in Gaza. And candidates in the parliamentary elections are being asked where they stand. On the left, vocal criticism of Israel has made some traditional supporters uneasy. Rima Hassan, who's just been elected France's first Palestinian French member of the European Parliament, acknowledges the challenges they face.
Je veux leur dire en toute humilité qu'aucun parti n'est parfait.
I want to tell Jewish voters with all humility that no party is perfect. We are perhaps not yet perfect on progressive issues, or gender equality, or the fight against discrimination, or anti-Semitism. We are humans behind these political organizations. But what we promote is a society where everyone can live as who they are. It is absolutely the opposite of the far right, the only party convicted in court for inciting hatred, discrimination, and racism.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Seriously, though, she's like right on. She's right on. And it's, you know, granted, I don't have as much context for French politics as I do for American politics, but we have some very similar situations going on right now. Sure, are there differences between our societies? Yes, but there's also a great number of parallels that we can also take. The Suck Olympics will also have USA for gold. Yeah, probably for some stuff. What was I saying? The Suck Olympics. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I was on fucking Top Chat for 3 hours and 15 minutes. That's the most depressing thing so far on this stream. Alright, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding about that, but it's not the most depressing thing I've seen on the stream. That's what I mean.
Celebrated Holocaust historian Serge Klaasfeld said he'd vote for the far right over the Left Alliance. It shocked the country. It exposed how troubled some Jewish voters are with the options before them.
The fact is, as a creator, I feel that creators should not even get the option for Top Chat. That is rude. How dare you even suggest that I wouldn't want to see all of the chats on my stream, right? It frustrates me. And it's like one of these things that I sometimes forget to do because I have so many moving pieces with this, even though sometimes it might not seem like that. It's a lot of stuff I'm doing all at once, and it's just like, somehow it just, yeah. Even creators get suckered too. That's right. It's incredibly rude.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Okay. Let's keep getting through these stories, because by saying how long it's been, I'm just like going to myself, God damn, how are we that far into this right now? We got a bunch of stuff left to talk about. All right. First, let's talk about this, because we've kind of talked about this already. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Scooty Puff Jr. emote on Twitch has been accepted, apparently. And apparently Princess Monope noticed that immediately, and wow, you are on top of things over there. Okay, yes, we've talked about how Poland has been concerned on multiple occasions and have voiced their concerns about Russia, considering some of the things that are happening right next to it in Ukraine. And if all of Ukraine were to fall, or not even all of it, but trying to think of exactly how far they would have to go, but you know, depending on how far Russia goes into Ukraine over this situation, it could literally put Poland in, you know, a direct contact with Russian forces, or be on the border, sharing borders with Russian forces suddenly. And they voiced concerns about this on multiple occasions, and as of a day ago, they have now rolled out a new program called Holidays with the Army in an apparent recruitment drive.
Program Wakacje z Wojskiem oczywiście jest realizowany w okresie letnim i ochotnicy mogą wstąpić do wojska, ale to nie jest obóz, to nie są kolonie, to jest porządne przeszkolenie wojskowe.
Nie zawsze chciałem zostać żołnierzem, jednakże obecne wydarzenia na świecie, wszelkie konflikty, ale przede wszystkim sytuacje dookoła naszej ojczyzny w pobliżu zmotywowały mnie.
This is a direction I am not a fan of people just continuing to have this future in mind of continued escalations and all the different wars and conflicts. I think everybody knows I'd prefer all these conflicts to fucking stop. Not gonna lie, I love that Buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag emote on Twitch. And of course I am biased because I made it myself, but damn, is that beautiful. By the way, if you don't know how I did this, it's magic, and actually I'm not going to explain it. It's just magic. I did it magically. Okay. Let's go on. But it actually was a pretty complicated process, not gonna lie. It wasn't magic. It took hours. It took fucking hours to do. That's what happened. Alright, let's go on to this. Discussing the other side, if you will, of this conflict. This is from BBC News from a day ago, where new war crimes arrest warrants have been issued for top Russian officials.
Illegal.
On to other news, and the International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for the former Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and the top Russian General Valery Gerasimov for alleged crimes committed during Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Valery Gerasimov is currently the commander of all Russian forces in Ukraine and considered one of the most powerful men in Russia. While Shoigu was removed from his role as defense minister last month and appointed the secretary of Russia's Security Council. That has already described the ICC's decision as being part of a hybrid war against Moscow. Now, the International Criminal Court's move expands the list of wanted Kremlin officials to 4.
Oh my god. So the thing that bothers me most about the coverage about this, specifically as it regards Western media, is the the flip side of this coin, where we saw the absolutely night and day difference in the way that they covered, say, like the ICC warrants or the ICJ rulings and their insistence on telling the side of Israelis in every single possible instance that they could, and just kind of just breeze by it in this case, like, no, they're definitely war crimes. Let's move on.
Last year, it issued arrest warrants for President Putin and also his children's ombudsman, Maria Lvova-Bailova. Ukraine said the decision had helped to secure the return of unlawfully deported children.
Don't talk about Putin in coverage. Look at that hairline. Wow.
Well, joining me now is the human rights lawyer, Alexandra Matvichuk in Kyiv. She chairs the Center for Civil Liberties, the non-government organization, which jointly won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2022. Thank you very much for being on the program. First of all, is this a political statement or more than that?
No, it's not a political statement. It's a legal decision, which have a very important practical results.
By the way, does anybody, people may know this, but this is an interesting fact about the Nobel Prize. The creator of the Nobel Prize was a man by the name of Alfred Nobel, who, in fact, was the creator of dynamite. That's right. The father of modern explosives is also the creator of the Nobel Peace Prize. It's a weird juxtaposition, if you will, or a dichotomy.
And what is the practical result?
The international crimes have no statute of limitations. It means, from the long-term perspective, that we know from the history of humankind that authoritarian regime collapsed, and the leaders and top political and military officials who see themselves untouchable appeared under the court.
Now, I'm sure if these guys showed up to the United States, we would absolutely arrest them and hand them over to the ICC, even though we don't recognize the ICC. However, we just had Yoav Gallant, who has a ICC request for arrest. Actually, was that ever accepted? I can't remember. Does anybody know? I feel like I gotta look that up. Especially because we're about to shortly move on to that. Although we got a couple more stories to talk about around the world here. First, let's go to Africa, as some shit's been going down in a, well, I was going to call it a little country, but it's in fact quite large, in a country called Kenya, where protesters took to the streets and have actually been in the streets for a number of days. We haven't covered it because I've had so many things to deal with, but let's, oh, Mitty, not yet? Okay, thank you for letting me know. No, I don't have to look that up. I trust you on this one. But yeah, let's go to Africa. Let's go to Kenya here. It's a story that's been developing for at least, I think, like 4 or 5 days, as a new tax law was proposed in the country, and people weren't a big fan of this plan, as it included things like diapers and food, rather than on the rich.
We are following breaking news out of Kenya. A demonstration by people angry over planned tax hikes has turned deadly. Look at this video. Protesters have breached the parliament building and smoke has been billowing from its windows. 5 people are reported dead, dozens injured. CNN crews have witnessed police firing live rounds at the protesters in the streets.
Yeah, I can't remember if they actually mentioned it during this video, but I think at least like half a dozen people were shot dead by Kenyan police.
I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go. Kwapa.
In Nairobi, in Kenya, the city is reeling from a day of chaos and violence. Protesters have been clashing with police. The protesters are angry over proposed tax increases and the rising cost of living under President William Ruto. Earlier, demonstrators stormed Parliament. Lawmakers were discussing a controversial new finance bill. Other buildings, including Nairobi City Hall, were also set ablaze. Our teams on the ground, CNN teams, have seen police firing live rounds into the crowd, as well as using tear gas and water cannons. We know of 5 people so far killed, and dozens of people have been injured, according to the rights groups in the area. The President, William Ruto, is expected to address Kenya in just a moment. He's going to speak to the nation.
Okay, this is just beginning of this discussion. The IMF insisted on tax hikes to pay for the loan. Not shocking. Not shocking. They don't just give people money for free and to be nice and helpful. They need to make money on that money, otherwise the system doesn't make sense. Okay. 23 dead? Oh, wow. Okay. It's kind of wild that 2 different, pretty massive attacks on government buildings happened the same day.
Had called for 7 days of rage, and today was supposed to be a day of a total shutdown, and they did succeed in shutting down Nairobi, one of Africa's busiest capitals, reduced to just violence, looting, and tear gas and water cannon. For most of the day, it felt like a war zone, and these are the residue of the police that are still left here, making sure that no protesters come back at night and try and access Parliament again, because they did get to the floor of the National Assembly earlier. They did burn a part of this back here is City Hall. This is the
IMF has a poor record? No shit. I mean, in some of these cases, you could describe these loans as being predatory, right? In terms of the structure of repayment and interest rates, among other sorts of requirements, if you will, that go along with these deals. They're mostly shitty. I guess there's maybe been a couple of examples where they actually wound up helping a country or two, but they've got a pretty fucking bad track record. Totally true. Ask Greece. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, maybe we should get what's his name? Varoufakis. I can't remember his first name, but maybe we should get him on here and ask him what he thinks about the IMF. Okay, now let's go to Al Jazeera to discuss this in a little bit more depth.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, what started out as peaceful protests in Kenya turned deadly.
And what appears to have been live gunfire, killing apparently at least 1 person and several others who appear to have been injured with gunshot wounds.
What ignited these protests? And why are young people leading the movement? I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take.
Malcolm Webb, who's now in Nairobi. Malcolm, I know that you've managed to get to us on camera. Just explain to us where you are and what you're seeing right now. So we're just outside the Parliament building in central Nairobi. It's there, but first...
Al Jazeera correspondent Malcolm Webb has been covering the protests in Kenya for about a week.
That's right. Greece got the ECB loan, and I think Cyprus is the one who got the IMF loan. I just think of Cyprus as being Greece, but it's not technically. Yeah. This ECB is run by Germany, pretty much, right? I mean, aside from a couple of other banks that are part of it, they were like especially at the time, they were like the main ECB contributor. I think were they technically, what's the word for it? I can't remember now.
The demonstrators were protesting against a finance bill that would increase taxes. And for the most part, things have been peaceful.
The demonstrators here are now chanting. We've got a banner there that says, "Enough is enough." And this is about...
But on this Tuesday, events took a turn.
Just over there, just outside Parliament, was the body of a young man who was carrying a Kenyan flag. He had a bullet hole right in the centre of his forehead. His brains were spilled on the pavement. And this is one of a number of people.
Later that day, at least 5 people had been shot dead by police, with many more injured.
There's also many plainclothes security operatives around carrying guns, and we saw some of them earlier shooting into the crowds.
Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi was also there, 200 meters away from Nairobi's Parliament building.
And when the police started using live fire ammunition, when reports of live fire being used and people dying began to come into the crowds converged. Now, where we are in Nairobi...
So we got him on the line to hear about what else happened that day.
Well, it's just gone Tuesday evening where I am. It's about close to 7 p.m., 6:40. We were at the protests as they began early this morning.
Thank you for coming back on. It's really good to have you on the take again. This is obviously a quickly unfolding story, but we are speaking on Tuesday, June 25th, as things have escalated rapidly. Hundreds of protesters entering the Kenyan parliament, parts of that building on fire, police using live ammunition against protesters, and protesters reportedly killed. What have you seen and heard today?
The first hour or so, it was a few dozen people scattered here and there, small groups that began converging on downtown Nairobi. It went from just a few dozen people to a few hundred to a few thousand. And by the end of the day, there were tens of thousands of people. Even now, you can hear them. We can hear them from the window of our offices, all across downtown Nairobi, in every street, in every alley, clashing with the police. People felt provoked.
Okay, hold on. Can't listen to this whole thing. But there is more that I want to hear. It's all American leveraged money. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. There's a few other hands in there, I would say, but no, yeah, you're generally true. Can't really disagree. You think Al Jazeera's sounds are great? I also think they have some pretty great sound over there. Not just their sound effects, but I feel like, at least with these podcasts and things like that, the audio is fantastic. They do a really great job with it.
In social media, to sanitary pads for women, to a road tax on drivers, commercial or private, these taxes are so invasive. People here feel it in their daily lives. Everything they do, every step they take, they feel that the government is picking their pockets. And the anger we're seeing now isn't just from this tax bill, from the events of this week, from the events of this year, or even the last 2 years. The people we speak to say that they are angry because this has been going on for generations, literally since the country gained independence.
Our lives are tough. People are struggling. People don't have places to stay. People don't have meals to eat. Families, fathers can't put food on their table. We need change in this country, and this finance bill is not going to bring that change. We don't want to carry debt. We want to change this. We want to change this country. We want you, as the government, to be accountable.
Yeah. Sounds like what you left in Jamaica. Yeah, well, I mean, it was also the British who kind of ruined Kenya. Very parallel type situations there, not gonna lie. Well, there's some distinct differences with the exact happenings. PB is nodding off. That's fine. I know I'm going late today. I know. But I skipped today, so I've got more stuff to talk about than I would have had. I did cut down quite a bit on things, honestly. There's a bunch of stuff I would have liked to talk about today. I'm not gonna get a chance to do that. And in fact, we're about to go straight to the Middle East now. I'm gonna start off from a little while back here. This is from 5 days ago. CNN discussing this. And this being that the U.S. believes... Wait. This being that the U.S. believes Israel's missile defense system could be overwhelmed in a war with Hezbollah.
War could overwhelm the Iron Dome, the cornerstone of Israel's defense system. That is according to U.S. officials. Little surprise that rare warning came down in a week when we have seen increased signs of an expanding war on the Israel-Lebanon border. Let's take a closer look. This very latest round of hostility kicked off with this video. 9 minutes of purported drone footage released by Hezbollah showing civilian and military sites some 30 kilometers into Israeli territory. It reached as far as Haifa port, arguably one of Israel's most important economic lifelines. Reaction inside Israel was naturally fierce. The government reminded Hezbollah it would be destroyed in a, quote, all-out war, with the cabinet announcing it has approved in principle plans for an offensive in Lebanon, though putting plans into action, of course, is another story. Never one to sit back quietly, Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah weighed in with his own televised speech, boasting that the group's growing capabilities and even taking a dig at the Mediterranean island of Cyprus, which he accuses of aiding Israel to prepare for potential war. Now, this is what you need to know. The Center for Strategic and International Studies calls Hezbollah the most heavily armed non-state military in the world. Most estimates put it at having around 45 to 100,000 soldiers and upwards of 150,000 short, medium and long-range rockets.
Yeah, that does sound like a lot. So yeah, according to CNN, U.S. officials believe that Israel could be overwhelmed by that amount of firepower, and it seems like them engaging in an all-out war with Hezbollah would be a bad idea. However, they are in fact pushing for that war to in fact happen. This is me. All right, let's go on to this. Discussing the ever-developing tensions between Israel and Hezbollah. This is from a couple of days ago. Good to see you, Donald James X.
Rapidly escalating cross-border tensions between Israel and Lebanon's Hezbollah threaten to boil over. Hezbollah has released an aggressive video specifying Israeli targets it intends to attack in case of a war. The fact that these Israeli targets are a closely guarded secret puts Israel in a rather compromised position in terms of security. Now, the video fronted by Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah puts out exact places to be targeted by the Iran-backed outfit. It mentions the Hakiria complex, which includes headquarters of the security ministry and senior military leaders. Other potential points of attacks include military factories, location of military battleships, oil refineries, and also important economic hubs, including ports. Hezbollah says data has been collected by surveillance drones which entered Israel's airspace and came back to Lebanon undetected. The most sensitive location on the list is Israel's reported Dimona nuclear reactor. An attack on this location will change the course of the entire war. Earlier, Hezbollah chief had warned that the group's rockets can hit Israel's nuclear arsenal and turn it against Israel.
This whole Middle East situation is just absolutely just rapidly getting out of control. I mean, it's been out of control this whole time, but this decision by Israel to continue trying to escalate things is clearly not, it's not good, right? And the fact is Israel, I mean, is in, you know, I think, what's the word? They're in too deep, right? They've been in too deep for too long. And this whole situation is not, it's not going to end well if they continue to seek military solutions to all of this. What we need are diplomatic solutions. We need a ceasefire. And the fact is Hezbollah's already said they would stop attacking if Israel would just cease its assault on Gaza. In fact, multiple parties in this conflict have all said the same thing. It's not just Hezbollah, it's the Houthis as well as Hamas. All the H's. I just realized that they all... How did I just notice that all three of them start with an H? Okay. Just shows you what exactly my brain is focused on usually. Some details just go right by me. Alright, let's go on to this. Damn, it's late right now. I gotta move. Gotta move. This next one is from 2 days ago. You maybe have already seen this, but this is from Al Jazeera. According to them, Netanyahu says the war on Gaza will continue, disregarding the U.S. ceasefire proposal. The UN-backed ceasefire plan for Gaza is being rejected by Israel's prime minister, despite the U.S. saying that Israel had drafted the deal itself. If there's an agreement, it'll be an agreement to our terms, and our terms are not to end the war, to leave Gaza and leave Hamas as it is. I refuse to leave Hamas as it is. We need to eliminate it. U.S. President Joe Biden said the deal includes a 6-week pause in fighting, followed by a negotiated permanent end to hostilities. But Netanyahu says he is unwilling to let that happen. I am not ready to stop the war and for Hamas to remain. I am ready to make a partial deal to return some people to us. But we are forced to continue this war after the truce to reach our goal, which is removing Hamas. I am not ready to compromise. So he's saying that he intends to do absolutely everything the same as he's been doing it, but he's willing to pause for a moment to get Israeli hostages back, which is maybe the most cynical sort of thing I've ever heard. Okay. Netanyahu's pledge to accept a partial deal to return some of the captives has angered families who says he is not doing enough to get them all freed. No shit. Relatives and supporters held a protest outside as Netanyahu spoke. In his first interview with Israeli media since the Gaza war began. Genocide. When asked about Gaza's future, Netanyahu rejected the Palestine peace plan. In the end, you will need to ongoing military... Hold on. It's moving too fast. I got caught up. When asked about Gaza's future, Netanyahu rejected Palestinian governance. In the end, you will have to have two things. You will need the ongoing military demilitarization by the Israeli military demilitarization. See, that's partly what's catching me up, because that's a fucking nonsense statement. Military demilitarization. Okay, you'll need to establish a civil administration, also known as a puppet government or a literal Israeli annexation is what it sounds like. I'm not entirely sure quite what that entails, but either would be absolutely just unacceptable. You'll need to establish a civil administration. I hope that with the support and management of certain countries in the region, I think this is the right way to move forward. I'll tell you what I'm not ready to do. I'm not ready to establish a Palestinian state. I'm not ready to hand it over to the Palestinian Authority. He also addressed the escalating situation with Lebanon's Hezbollah and said Israel was ready for all possible scenarios, including a full-out war. After the end of the severe phase of the war, we will have the possibility to transfer part of the troops to the northern borders, and we will do it. Firstly, for defensive... I mean, this is just fucking despicable. Essentially, no attitudes have changed, especially not Benjamin Netanyahu's. Over the last 8 months, literally nothing seems to have changed in his mind, regardless of all of the destruction and suffering that has been incurred by this genocidal campaign of his. Seems like nothing can change. In fact, he just wants to expand it to all the rest of the countries in the Middle East, further than what he's already done. Because let's not forget, he did multiple extrajudicial illegal strikes in multiple other countries. I think Syria, not including like the obvious stuff that's been going on between like Hezbollah and so on, but they assassinated Iranian leaders at a consulate in Syria. I think they struck something in Egypt as well. I can't remember exactly the fucking list because they've just been lashing out at literally anybody and everything. God, all right. Let's go on to this next one. This is from a day ago, where Israel has ended its draft exemptions for ultra-Orthodox Jews. This is now official. They've been threatening to do it for months and months, ever since they started this military campaign. But this is now official.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is looking to the north. Netanyahu says that as the current phase of fighting in Gaza winds down, Israel will soon be able to deploy more and more forces along its northern border to prepare for confrontation with the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. Hezbollah began attacking Israel last October, almost immediately after the war in Gaza erupted.
Sorry, this is the wrong one. This is the one.
Israel's Supreme Court ruled on Tuesday that the state must begin drafting ultra-Orthodox Jewish seminary students into the military. It's a decree that has divided lawmakers and could cause further tension in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's governing coalition. Netanyahu's government relies on two ultra-Orthodox parties. Both see conscription exemptions as key to keeping their constituents in religious seminaries and away from a melting pot military that might test their conservative customs. Leaders of those parties said they were disappointed with the ruling, but neither issued an immediate threat to the government. Moshe Roth is from the ultra-Orthodox United Torah Judaism Party.
This ruling actually doesn't have any implications, any practical implications. It's more of a declaration more than anything else. It doesn't add anything to the defense issue at this time. So it's very hard to give any credit to this ruling. It doesn't mean much. In fact, the High Court shouldn't have interfered at all in this issue.
The prospect of the military starting to draft seminary students could widen cracks in Netanyahu's increasingly brittle coalition. Some voiced hope.
So yeah, seminary students, otherwise known as pre-rabbis, are now forced to become IDF soldiers. 3 years for men, 2 years for women. this is going to be incredibly unpopular in the Orthodox community in Israel, which objects on multiple levels, specifically religious grounds, though, for this. Yeah, they have been protesting. They've been one of the most consistent group of protesters, at least from the very, very beginning. They've just been out there every single day, it would seem, protesting this law, which has been in the works now for quite some time. Okay. How far are we? Okay, we only got a few videos left today. We're almost done. Although the last couple are pretty difficult to deal with, so I'm sorry for that. See, I suck at actually ending with that positive shit. I'm really bad. I think it's partly just due to the fact that I always discuss the war, the genocide in Gaza, as well as the surrounding conflict at the end of the day, and it doesn't make for a very cheery end to the stream. All right, let's go to this. This is from 2 days ago from Al Jazeera, where according to them, up to 21,000 children are missing in Gaza since Israel launched its assault.
The United Nations has called it a war on children. Gaza's health ministry has documented more than 15,000 of their deaths. And aid agencies are sounding the alarm on yet another grim statistic, the missing children. According to humanitarian organization Save the Children, almost 21,000 minors in Gaza have been reported missing since the beginning of the war in October.
This is just disgusting. In fact, we already knew how many were dead, or to some degree how many are dead that have been counted. But the thing that comes to my mind, which is absolutely just devastating to me, and is hard to get out without getting emotional about it, but the fact is trying to find little tiny bodies amongst massive piles of rubble is probably at least one of the main explanations for this number. But it is a devastating fucking number to hear. Now, some of these children may just very well be displaced and in places where they aren't expected to be and aren't being counted, but aren't, being accounted for. But it's just I mean, if even if only half of those children are dead, that brings the number up to nearly 30,000 children dead. It's just terrible.
19,000 of them are either unaccompanied or separated from their families, while at least 4,000 are believed to be trapped under rubble in the aftermath of Israeli strikes on residential buildings and refuge centers. Wherever you look in Gaza, there are children. They make up nearly half of the population in the besieged strip. In the wake of
how do you begin to even calculate that number? I don't know how they got to that 4,000 number, but that's just like ringing around in my head. 4,000. How did they figure out exactly how many children would be under the rubble?
Unrelenting war, aid agencies say it's become more difficult to support them. Nearly 19,000 children are reported orphaned in Gaza. That has left the fate of many minors entirely or in part in the hands of total strangers. They warn this is increasing the risk of abuse, exploitation, and neglect.
This is horrifying. Let's be real. Like, neglect? I mean, These kids have nothing. People in Gaza have nothing because nothing is being allowed in. Right? I mean, hard to fix a neglectful situation when people are being actively and collectively neglected.
And that's put a spotlight on a generation of children who have not only lost their parents, but are left alone and unprotected in a war zone. Felix Nyawara, Al Jazeera.
We're joined now by Khaled Kuzma. He's the General Director of the child rights organisation Defence for Children International Palestine. He's with us live in Ramallah. Thank you for your time, sir. So the UN calling the Gaza war a war on children. We know that over 15,000 of them have been killed since the war began. How much does this latest report add to the growing concerns about how this war is affecting children?
First of all, thank you very much for sharing this information and, of course, for talking about this very important topic. What's happening in Gaza is unprecedented before. We are working in this field for more than 30 years, but what we are facing, what we are witnessing is atrocities we didn't see before, even during the Second World War. So, yeah, it is a war against children.
It's very frustrating to me that we're still dealing with this, that we're still even, you know, and you were, like, I genuinely thought this was going to end months ago. Pre-rabbis? Yes, that's what I call seminary students. Yeah, it is barbaric, I agree. Okay. Penultimate video. It's also maybe one of the most difficult videos to watch of the whole night. So, congratulations for having gotten this far. Good luck on getting through this one with me. This is from Reuters from a day ago. How children starve. The harm that in Gaza, which children have been forced into living under, could last for their entire lives.
This is how a child starves, and in Gaza that's a result of war. The damage to children who survive can be lasting, nutrition experts say. More than 1 million Gazans face the most extreme form of malnutrition, classed as catastrophe or famine. Majd Salim, aged 7 months, is one of them. He's from northern Gaza, where UNICEF says 1 in 3 children are acutely malnourished or suffering from wasting. Majd was being treated for a chest infection in the neonatal ICU at Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. He was born on November 1st at a healthy weight of 7.7 pounds.
At 6 months old, his weight had barely changed to 8.4 pounds, says his mother, Nisreen Al-Khatib.
She was forced to flee Israeli bombardment early in the war.
ردوا حليب فيش شيء في السوق نشتريه كان بسبب الحصار وهو فيش حليب نوع يعني نوع جيد اشربه اياه فكنت المتوقع.
Sorry, I forgot to translate. This is my fault. I wasn't getting any nourishment to be able to breastfeed my son.
ابني حليب يعني ردوا حليب.
There was nothing in the market to buy because of the blockade.
وهو فيش حليب نوع
And there isn't good milk for me to feed him with. So whatever was available, I would give him. I'd give him different types of milks, but the milk didn't provide with much.
Gaza has the most households in the world at the most extreme stage of food poverty. That's according to the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or IPC, a global partnership which measures food insecurity. It classifies levels of hunger in 5 categories, the worst of which is famine, which the IPC says faces more than
This is one of the most distressing videos that we've seen in quite some time. And it's honestly, it's utterly shocking to me that Reuters did such an in-depth take on this. And I know it's difficult to watch, but the fact is, this is going to continue until there is a ceasefire, until aid starts getting in. So it just seems like we have to look at this.
Million of Gaza's inhabitants. Israel's foreign ministry in late May issued a detailed statement questioning the IPC's methods of analysis, which it said omitted measures Israel had taken to improve access to food in Gaza. The IPC declined to comment. The Israeli military invaded the Strip in response to the deadly October 7th cross-border assault by Hamas on Israel. The Israeli assault has destroyed swathes of Gazan farmland. In the early days of the war, Israel imposed a total blockade on Gaza.
It still is basically a total blockade, even if it's not being enforced specifically, like explicitly by the IDF and the Israeli government. We talked recently about how they are literally funneling information to the extremist groups that have been going to the borders to destroy aid going through it to Gaza. So even if they're not explicitly doing it, they're doing it implicitly or in a covert way, and it's just disgusting. The fact that the Reuters wants to try and peddle this bullshit to us after watching that, I'm just absolutely disgusted. That they would even consider doing that in the same piece, I mean, wow, interesting editorial choice. Let's go on to the last video discussing aid as it relates to the U.S. pier. This is from Associated Press from 23 hours ago, where the U.S. military shows reporters the pier project in Gaza as it takes another stab at aid delivery. And yes, that was not an accidental button press. That was an intentional rim shot because this aid pier is a fucking joke.
Our mission out here is to receive those who...
By the way, this absolutely counts as boots on the ground. Remember that. Write that down, okay? These are boots on the ground. If you're on a pier attached to a beach, that's the ground. That's as close to the ground as you're gonna get. If you jump out off of the pier, you're on the ground, right? You might be in the water, but you're on ground. Ugh. Let's see how much aid's in there. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trucks. 5 whole trucks. Wow.
to bring it here to this trolley bridge that you stand on and offload those trucks into Mazu Sea and Gaza.
The 5 trucks that represent 1% of the needed aid. Did any aid actually get distributed beyond the pier? It looks like they're actually on trucks and they're going to get distributed. But remember, 5 trucks represents 1%. Exactly 1% of what Gaza's usual flow of goods into the country is. So this aid pier is still a complete joke and waste of time and funds for and it's just a ploy to avoid pressuring the Israeli government into actually taking serious the flow of aid into Gaza. But no, that would be too inconvenient. Exactly, 500% is, I mean, not 500%, 500 trucks is needed per day. Well, we made it through another one, chat. It's absolutely phenomenal having each and every one of you here with me, as this journey would be incredibly arduous without all of your support. Well, that's it for me. Till I see you next time. Stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Mitty, PB, Robot Cat, Morbius Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Owen Noah, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Pitchforks Dragon, Omega Star, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all of these people here have decided that they love this show so much they want to help produce it. You can do the same thing by going to that link in the chat, where super sweet galactic benefits await you.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question. You should be ashamed of yourself for having a thought.
Now, I've got something else to talk to you about. It's about galactic patrons who just want to go above and beyond. Those people are your galactic benefactors. That's right, people such as this. PB. That's right, PB. She just went to bed, but she was just here. And loves this goddamn show enough to continue to do absolutely everything possible to make sure it continues to exist. People like Omega Star, who is constantly in one of our chats, either on Twitch or on YouTube. Can't forget the rest of them. I'm moving too slow, as this list is now growing. That's right. The Galactic Benefactors, well, they decided that not only do they want to contribute, they want to take this shit real seriously. PB, once again. Nadia Yvette Chambers is usually in this chat quite often, although lately I haven't seen her as much. I miss you, Nadia. Moano, a lovely addition to our chats as always, and a fantastic and helpful mod. Omega Star, of course, is new to the benefactors list if you haven't noticed, and gotta say, I appreciate you, Omega Star. I appreciate you. Write that down. Okay, I guess it's that time now, isn't it? I'm seeing some ones in chat. I gotta say, I do like the way that Galactic Lake is looking lately. So peaceful and just a great time to hang out here.